Chapter 390, Guilin City. Chapter 390, Guilin City. Book 3, The South. While the intense screaming continued to ring out, Zhao Jia was feasted on as he died. As he breathed his dying gurgle, the S2 tore chunks of meat from his face, neck, and everywhere else within easy reach. It was truly a gory scene. The S2 then turned its attention towards the scent of the humans, charging towards the dozens of people as well as Scarface. Its speed brought it towards them in just a few breaths, but it was tripped by the trap made of ropes. Two strong males brought out nooses, and with a fluid and practiced motion, they managed to restrain its arms, before pulling on other side, causing the arms of the S2 to be spread. Die! The scar-faced man bellowed angrily, his Tang replica sword slashing at the S2, as his huge strength burst out, and he chopped the head of the S2 off easily. Looking at the rolling head of the S2, the men present heaved a sigh of relief. If the S2 had gotten too close to them, they would have instantly been killed. A yellow-skinned man with a thin stature stepped forwards as he congratulated Scarface. "Congratulations, boss, for killing this S2 so smoothly. Like this, your level is going to rise again. We can't wait to see you hit level 20. Scarface held the Tang replica sword gingerly. His face flashed with pain. "Enough of your bullshit. Go make your preparations. Today, we had better cleared Shema village. Otherwise, we won't have enough resources to pay Boss Gua. Damn it. The rental of this Tang replica sword is truly expensive. One day's usage actually requires a 100 gene of rice. It practically is robbery." With the flow of time, the drops from the zombies and mutant beasts had declined steadily. At the beginning of the apocalypse, a single S2 could give several valuable items. A few level 3 skill books wouldn't have been a surprise. However, the killing of an S2 now would at most give a few survivor coins, and even a white treasure box drop would be considered rare. The weak, yellow-skinned male with a wretched appearance touched the stake in the ground bitterly as he looked towards the village, when his expression suddenly turned to one of horror. His voice shook as he shouted, "3 S2S, 4 L2S, a total of 7 evolved zombies." They discovered that within the group of zombies making their way over, there were suddenly 3 S2S and 4 L2S charging over. The men present immediately turned pale. Many of them were just normal people and could deal with a few ordinary zombies. The trap they had set was enough to deal with a single S2, but against the L2 with high defense, it was practically impossible. "Disperse." Scarface's expression changed rapidly and was the first to run back. While Shama village was sure to possess a huge amount of resources, which would allow him to live comfortably for a while, it required him to be alive to enjoy it. Even a level 20 enhancer would have to retreat when facing these 7 evolved zombies, needless to say himself, who had yet to reach level 20. When the 7 evolved zombies made their appearance, the men immediately abandoned their stations and ran for the cars behind them. At this time, a somewhat frivolous-looking young man stepped in front of Scarface, blocking his way, and tapped his shoulders as he asked loudly, "Are you from Guilin City?" Scarface recoiled in shock. This young man was obviously incredibly fast. He had no way of reacting when a young man had tapped his shoulder. That ghost-like speed was impossible to defend against. If he had wanted Scarface's life, it was going to be incredibly easy. The young man was precisely by Xiangling. As an agility-based evolver, his speed was above even Yuzhong. Scarface was just a measly enhancer who had not reached level 20. He was naturally unable to dodge. "My name is Huang Weili. I'm the team captain of a small squad from Guilin City to scavenge for resources." Although Huang Weili had an explosive nature, when facing someone stronger than him, he did not dare provoke the other party, and was absolutely honest. In this world, if by Xiangling were to kill them, even the government of Guilin City could not do anything for them. Huang Weili looked at the closing evolved zombies and could not help but chipped in anxiously. "Young hero, those zombies are nearing. Let's escape first. Otherwise, we'll be surrounded." "Kill those zombies," Bai Xiaosheng glanced at those zombies, his expression one of boredom, as he ordered to the side. With his current level, if he wanted to kill those Type 2 zombies, he had to kill more than 600. As for ordinary zombies, he would have to hunt over 10,000 of them. Hence, unless it was absolutely necessary, Bai Xiaosheng was unwilling to act and chose to get his subordinates to hunt them instead. Yes, Boss Bai. 7 soldiers stepped forwards from the grassy area and charged at the 7 evolved zombies. One of them had the enhanced weapon ability, and as he held his Tang replica sword, it glowed with a green light. With a single slash, the head of AL2 was immediately chopped off. Another soldier held a huge mace of over 100 genes as he swung savagely, crushing AS2 into a pulp. S2. Yet another soldier only held a handgun, but he fired a single shot, which penetrated one of the S2s, and it died on the spot. Like weeds, those 7 evolved zombies were taken care of easily by the 7 soldiers without so much of a struggle, causing Huang Weili and his subordinates to stare wide-eyed with shock. After killing the 7 evolved zombies, the 7 soldiers charged into Xiama village. There were still over a few hundred ordinary zombies to be hunted. Huang Weili looked at the small team led by Bai Xiaosheng, and his eyes were filled with respect. So strong. These men are definitely high-level enhancers. Who are they exactly? Bai Xiaosheng glanced to the side as his gaze traveled to Huang Weili as he spoke unceremoniously. You must be the head. Come with me to meet our boss. Inside Xiama village, there were only a few hundred ordinary zombies. As long as there were no accidents, the 7 enhancers were more than enough to wipe them out. Yes, Huang Weili replied respectfully, although his heart was unable to remain calm. Above this freak, there's still a boss? How strong must the boss be? So young. Huang Weili quickly came in front of Yu Zhong, as he looked at Yu Zhong carefully and thought silently. Yu Zhong eyed Huang Weili coldly and said, Tell me everything you know about Guilin City. If I'm satisfied, this bag of rice will be yours. If you dare hide even a single thing, you will have to bear the consequences. Yes, Huang Weili only felt a huge sense of pressure on him as he started to tell Yu Zhong everything while trembling ever so slightly. Prior to the apocalypse, there was only a small field troop stationed at Guilin City, and during the apocalypse, many of these soldiers had also turned into zombies. However, the regiment commander, Du Shanxiong, managed to escape with his life. After regrouping and making use of firepower, the army managed to overcome the zombies then. At the same time, the army relied on its modern weaponry to charge into Guilin City, wiping out a huge number of the zombies, saving many citizens and inhabitants within the city. Guilin City had a population of about 1,200,000. With Du Shanxiong's actions, they managed to save a total of 200,000 survivors. At the same time, when Du Shanxiong received the distress call from Nanning City, he had led his subordinates as they brought tanks and heavy artillery to launch an assault on Nanning City. In front of those modern weaponry, the ordinary zombies were decimated. A large number of survivors were rescued by Du Shanxiong, and he worked together with Nanning City's government officials to save a total of 350,000 survivors. With his ability and combat power of his troops, conquering Nanning City would not have been an issue then. However, when he was about to launch an assault, a scout he had deployed discovered that the numerous zombies within the surrounding villages around Nanning were converging on Nanning. Nanning City had more than 7 million people before the apocalypse, and when it set in, over 5 million had become zombies overnight. When Du Shanxiong brought his troops to conquer Guilin City and Nanning City, he had expended a large amount of ammunition, and his soldiers were getting exhausted. Under the urgent pleas of the government officials, he had no choice but to break out of Nanning, bringing his troops and the 400,000 survivors, of which 50,000 were from the scattered villages, back towards Guilin City. After that, Du Shanxiong had been continually fighting against the remaining 3 million zombies around Guilin City till now. Through the constant battles, Guilin City was already cleared of all zombies, and the surrounding areas were slowly being cleansed as well. However, as the surrounding villages were numerous, there was some like Shama village that was not yet cleared. Under his efforts, the total number of survivors within Guilin city walls numbered 850,000, close to its original number prior to the apocalypse. As expected, starting from scratch is truly difficult. Yu Zhong heard Huang Weili's words and could not help but sigh. Yu Zhong had worked tirelessly and slaughtered all sorts of enemies up till now, and he could only boast of a few 100,000 survivors. This Guilin city already possessed 850,000, and what's more, they had a proper army. Be it the combat ability or the potential of growth, Guilin city surpassed his establishments. Du Shanxiong was a regiment commander that had control over various modern weaponry, and he had no lack of experience. Achieving what he had came as no surprise. At the initial stages of the apocalypse, the ordinary zombies had no way of defending against bullets. Even up till now, ordinary zombies would still fall when fired upon. Du Shanxiong had not managed to clear the millions of zombies purely because he had not enough ammunition. He was shackled by the collapse of humanity that he had to maintain some for deterrence. Otherwise, the problems of zombies would be solved. Yu Zhong stared fixedly at Huang Weili and asked, "How many troops does Du Shanxiong have?" This was the crucial question. In this apocalyptic world, he was used to viewing all other factions as enemies. To his enemies, his first concern would be to grasp the number of troops the enemies had. Huang Weili had a difficult look. "I don't know. Only the government officials would know such military intelligence." Bai Shaoxing laughed in a perverted manner. 850,000 survivors. There must be how many beauties? Hee hee. Too great. Boss Yu, I love Guilin city. Yu Zhong was speechless when he looked at Bai Shaoxing. Bai Shaoxing was truly lustful, and in this new world, beauties also love strong people like Bai Shaoxing. Just in Long'an County, he had already gained a few beauties who had belonged to Linghu, Xiangru previously. He did not mind anybody who came, as long as they were good-looking, and those ladies were extremely satisfied that their new man was someone strong. Hence, the relationships were formed very quickly. Bai Shaoxing eyed Huang Weili and did not care as he asked Yu Zhong casually, "What do we do with them? Shall we kill them?" Bai Shaoxing had long since grown used to killing and was numb to it. Killing a few more innocents did not matter to him. When Huang Weili heard that, his hair stood on end, and he broke out in cold sweat. He immediately knelt in front of Yu Zhong and pleaded, "Boss, you spare us. Boss, you spare us, please. Leave me with my life so that I can serve you." Yu Zhong threw a 100-gene bag of rice to Huang Weili and said indifferently, "Relax, I won't kill you. Take this and go." "Thank you, boss you. Thank you, boss you." Huang Weili immediately took the bag up and thanked Yu Zhong profusely before he turned and ran without looking back. Bai Shaoxing looked at Yu Zhong and asked, "Leader, what now?" Yu Zhong and his team had brought along an IFV, some machine gun-mounted vehicles, and even some anti-tank missiles. If such a troop was to arrive at Guilin City, they would immediately be searched. The controller of Guilin City would definitely not allow such a force to enter. At the same time, Yu Zhong and the rest might be forced to enter the army. Yu Zhong replied indifferently, "Zheng Mingyi, go bring some men to Sanshui village and get things ready. Shangluan, by Shaosheng, in Kaishan and Ningyusen, you will enter the city with me. After entering, go immediately to Ming Shang Garden District 23, Unit 4, room number 607 to look for me." "Yes." Everyone responded and set out to carry out Yu Zhong's orders. Yu Zhong and his small team then set forth in a Hummer and arrived at Guilin City in half an hour. As expected, the moment they arrived, they were searched and, after determining there were no suspicious items and quarantined for an hour, they were released within the city. Chapter 391, Family Reunion. Chapter 391, Family Reunion. Book 3, The South. Wait a moment. Right as Yu Zhong and the rest were about to leave the security checkpoint, a worker chased up to Yu Zhong as he called out. Yu Zhong turned around and asked, "What's the matter?" The young man then explained himself. The current regulation in Guilin City is that only authorized vehicles can travel on the road. The authorization tag can be bought at 1 ton of rations. Of course, you can leave the vehicles with us or choose to sell it off. If you leave it with us, the parking fee will be 1 gene of rations a day. If you want to sell it off, we can buy it at 100 gene of rations. Yu Zhong pondered for a while before pulling out a huge bag of rice and handed it to the worker. I'll choose to park it then. There's 100 gene of rice here. It should be enough for 100 days. Sure, the worker, received the bag of rice. As he observed Yu Zhong's team carefully, his gaze lingering on Ning Yusin's figure for a while before revealing a relaxed smile. Got it. I'm sure How about becoming friends? Although sure he was young, he was extremely sharp. He could tell that these people in front of him were experts for them to possess such a calm and steadfast attitude. Furthermore, to be able to travel or drift in this new world, this group of people was definitely not simple. There was no disadvantage in making friends like these. Yu Zhong smiled mildly. I'm Yu Zhong. If there's time, let's meet up. I have things to do, so I'll be leaving first. After which, Yu Zhong brought Xiangling and the rest towards the center of Guilin City. Yu Zhong, Sure, he watched the retreating backs of Yu Zhong and his team, and resolved to get in his good books the next time they met. Yu Zhong and the rest walked along the roads towards the inner parts of Guilin City, and along the way, they noticed various differences from other places they had been. In the city, while many shops had closed down due to the carnage, there were a variety of other shops that had popped up. There were those that sold homemade crossbow bolts, ropes, machetes, shields, etc. There were martial arts dojos that taught close combat, and there were even stores selling leather clothes made of mutant beast hides. Finally, there were small eateries everywhere, giving it a vibrant feel and a thriving vibe. Although it could not compare to the days of before the apocalypse, this scene in Guilin City was the most orderly and thriving that Yu Zhong had seen so far. It looked bustling and was comparable to the long high city that Yu Zhong had established. The fact that Guilin City could grow to this current stage was because of its 850,000 survivors. The army cleared up the enemies around the city, while the government officials ensured stability and peace within the city walls. Both gave rise to a peace and prosperity that Guilin City enjoyed. Yu Zhong continued walking, and he discovered the underlying ugliness of the city as well. At certain alleyways, they would discover thin and weak survivors with tattered clothes and sunken faces. They even saw some bodies that were obviously starved to death, or those survivors who had committed suicide. The worst thing was that, even though the living survivors saw these tragic scenes, they did not do anything for the bodies, instead choosing to keep a wide berth. At the Salon Street of the pre-apocalypse Guilin City, there were already many women who had decided to sell there themselves. A few hundred had dulled themselves as they lounged about, as they tried to latch themselves onto any man who walked by, negotiating terms while pulling the men into the rooms to begin their fleshy deals. Although there were shortcomings, Yu Zhong had to admit that, other than his own long high city, Guilin City did possess the potential to be a place to grow. And the one point that Yu Zhong lost out on was the fact that Guilin City had close to 900,000 survivors, whereas Longhai had only more than 100,000. As Yu Zhong and his team continued, they finally arrived in front of Ming Shang Garden District 23, Unit 4, room number 607. This unit was bought by Yu Zhong's parents previously in Guilin City, before they were transferred to Nanning for work and had to buy a new place. Yu Zhong guessed that if they were to be here in Guilin City, they would definitely be staying here. Yu Zhong stood in front of that door for a long time, as he carried his hope and anxiety in his heart, before fearfully knocking the door. By this time, it had already been almost a year since the apocalypse had set in, which meant a year where plenty could happen. He was extremely worried that it would be strangers meeting him instead of his parents, who could have been killed by zombies already. The door opened as the slightly unfamiliar face of a middle-aged lady popped out, and upon seeing it, Yu Zhong's heart immediately sank. The middle-aged lady looked at Yu Zhong for a while, as though she was unsure, before she suddenly broke into an excited smile. You are Yu Zhong. You must be Yu Zhong, right? You're back. Xiangling, Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong's back. What? Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong, is it truly you? Right at this time, another middle-aged housewife walked out from a room, and the moment she laid eyes on Yu Zhong, emotional tears welled up in her eyes, and she ran over to hug Yu Zhong as she bawled loudly. You're back. My son's still alive. My son's alive. Thank God. Thank God. My son's still alive. In this post-apocalyptic world, countless families have been broken up and collapsed due to deaths and the cruelty of human nature. Yu Zhong's mother Ning Li had followed her husband Yu Ming in escaping to Guilin City, but both had long given up hope of seeing their son ever again. Now, as she finally saw her son, she could not help her emotions from bursting out. Mom, I'm home. As Yu Zhong returned the embrace to his sobbing mother, even his hardened heart softened and impassive eyes reddened as tears flowed freely. Since the apocalypse, Yu Zhong had been in Hunan, but there was never a moment where he did not think about his family. However, the roads were perilous and the hordes of zombies prevented the possibility of making his way. He could only suppress his anxiety and took things one step at a time. He hadn't really thought that it would be impossible to meet his parents ever again. But here he was finally seeing his mother, and his heart was filled with myriad complex emotions. Where's Dad? Yu Zhong regained his calm as he looked towards the room expectantly, asking his mother Ning Li. He went to work. He hasn't knocked off yet. Come Yu Zhong, I'll introduce you. This is Sun Jia. You remember, your Annie's son? When you were young, she carried you before. Ning Li had cried for a while as well, and by now, after calming down, she pulled Yu Zhong to introduce the unfamiliar middle-aged woman. Yu Zhong greeted Sun Jia with manners. Annie's son, how do you do? Yu Zhong had heard of Sun Jia's name before, and knew she and Ning Li were playmates when young. Even when Yu Zhong's family moved to Nanning, Ning Li had not broken contact with Sun Jia. Sun Jia beamed as she looked at Yu Zhong. Good, good. Yu Zhong, you have grown so well, such a dashing young man. Sun Jia continued smiling as she asked Ning Li. Since he's back, why not let Xiao Yun and the rest take a look at him? Ning Li responded heartily. Yes. Sun Jia smiled before looking warily at Ning Yusin outside the door, and then left. I'll head back first. Ning Li then noticed Ning Yusin and the rest before asking Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong, are these your friends? Yu Zhong lied. This Ning Yusin is my university schoolmate. These three are by Xiao Sheng, Shang Luan, and Ning Kaishan. They are friends I made on my journey back. Thanks to them, I could reach here safely. Yu Zhong could not just tell the truth to his mother. Your son Yu Zhong has already become a mighty general who is a bona fide killing machine. He is the leader of over 200,000 survivors, and this group consists of a maidservant who is the spoils of war, while the other three are just a few of your son's subordinates. Ning Li looked at them with gratitude. Thank you so much. I'm so thankful that you guys have looked after my son. Since you guys have just arrived here, you must be lacking a place to settle down. If you guys don't mind a small space, why don't you live here? In Ning Li's heart, there was nothing more important than her son. Since Bai Xiaosheng and the rest had protected Yu Zhong, they were her benefactors. Although having to sustain 4 more additional people in this new world order would be tougher, she was willing to bite the bullet. Ning Yusin responded extremely politely. Thank you, Auntie. Bai Xiaosheng took a glance at the room and replied proudly. Yu Zhong, you don't have to worry about the 3 of us. We will look for somewhere nearby. You just spend time with your family. Ning Li's residence was truly on the dilapidated side and was obviously poor. On one hand, Bai Xiaosheng wasn't willing to stay here. On the other, he could not bear to be indebted to Yu Zhong's family. Bai Xiaosheng turned and walked out. Let's go. Old Shang. The corner of their mouths turned up in a smile, and seeing that Yu Zhong did not say anything, they left quickly. They had already agreed beforehand on a signal. If Yu Zhong were to use it, they would all converge here at the first notice. Ning Yusin hesitated a while before leaving as well. She was not willing to come in between the family reunion. After Ning Yusin left, Yu Zhong then started asking about the happenings from Ning Li. Before the apocalypse, Yu Zhong's father Yu Ming had been an ordinary civil servant, while his mother was a staff member of an institution. While the family wasn't poor, they were not rich as well. After the apocalypse, The two of them had escaped to Guilin City, and Yuming had stayed with the government as a clerk, while Ningli had remained unemployed, staying at home. The treatment of civil servants weren't too bad, as Yuzhong's father could earn 40 jin worth of food, 1 jin of fuel, and 1 jin of meat every month in trade and tickets, and the family survived on this. Since there were so many mouths to feed in Guilin City, the atmosphere was slightly tense. The total amount to feed, close to 900,000 mouths, numbered extremely high every day. The current monetary approach was to use tickets to exchange for items. Chapter 392, Qin. Chapter 392, XCX. Book 3, The South. Chapter 392, Qin. Ningli looked at her son with a doting look and said, "It's good that you're back. Your dad will help you get a job here. After that, you can marry a decent girl and bear me a grandchild." Ningli was very traditional and just hoped for her son to settle down, marry a girl, and leave on peacefully. Yu Zhong did not want to turn his mother down at this juncture and only smiled and nodded. Sure. In the evening, close to 6 p.m., Yu Zhong's father Yuming came home and saw Yu Zhong, before saying a single sentence mildly, "It's good that you're back." Yu Zhong detected Yu Ming's body trembling and could see that his father was suppressing his emotions. Yu Ming had always been the pillar of support in the family and could not easily lose his composure in front of his son. Men had always been less expressive of their emotions anyway. Yu Zhong also responded with a sentence, "Dad, I'm home. It's good that you're back." Yu Ming looked at Yu Zhong once before he sat down on the sofa, and his body trembled. He held up a newspaper to block himself, as even the usually stoic, he could not help but shed a few tears upon seeing his long-lost son. Ningli left the father-son pair in the living room, as she went to the kitchen and got busy. Fried vegetables and roasted meat, these rare food after the apocalypse, were displayed on the table, and there were even 4 buns and some dumplings. This was considered a sumptuous meal, and this single meal had been at the cost of half a month of Yu Ming's meat and fuel wages. Not long after, Sun Jie brought a young pretty lady with black, shoulder-length hair, a tall figure, with a pure and innocent charm to the Yu household. The moment that demure lady entered the house, she greeted Yu Ming and Ning Li politely. "Uncle, Auntie." Ning Li smiled warm-heartedly. Come. Yu Zhong, this is Gao Xiaoyan. She's Annie's son's daughter. She's 18 this year, just slightly younger than you. You must take good care of Xiaoyun Mimi in the future. Xiaoyun, this is your Yu Zhonggich. You should hang out more with him." When Yu Zhong heard this, he understood the meaning of the dinner. Ning Li wanted to arrange marriage between the both of them. This meal was to introduce the two of them to each other. Sun Jia also spoke up enthusiastically. "Xiaoyun, this is your Yu Zhonggich." He was a university student. If you have anything you're unsure about in the future, just seek help from him. Yu Zhong, the two of you youngsters should have a lot to talk about. We won't bother you. Go on and have a chat. Go on. Gao Xiaoyan looked towards Yu Zhong and smiled gently. "How do you do, Yu Zhonggich?" Yu Zhong responded with a smile. "How do you do, Xiaoyan?" After that, Gao Xiaoyan proceeded to have her dinner quietly. Whenever Yu Zhong initiated a sentence, she would reply with a sentence. This continued all the way till the meal ended. After dinner, Gao Xiaoyan looked to Yu Zhong and said, "Yu Zhonggich, can you come with me?" Yu Zhong returned her look and said, "Sure, something's happening." Sun Jie and Ning Li exchanged a glance. The pair of friends broke out in satisfied smiles. Their relationship was great in the first place, and had hoped to join through marriage. It was their wish to see Yu Zhong and Gao Xiaoyun get together. Gao Xiaoyun and Yu Zhong walked below the apartment for a few steps before she turned around and spoke out. "Yu Zhonggich, can you go to my mom and turn the arranged marriage down? I have someone I like already." Yu Zhong looked at Gao Xiaoyun and replied indifferently, "These matters, you should be the one to tell your mom." Sun Jie and Ning Li were on good terms. If Yu Zhong said he was the one to turn Gao Xiaoyan down, Ning Li would feel extremely bad towards Sun Jie. Yu Zhong did not want to be the bad guy in this scenario. Although Gao Xiaoyan could be considered a pretty flower compared to Chen Yao, Zhu Yadong, or Ji Qingwu, She could not match them at all. In Yu Zhong's heart, this Gao Xiaoyan was not even comparable to a single strand of hair on his mother's head. He was naturally unwilling to cause his mother distress. Gao Xiaoyan looked at Yu Zhong and retorted, "Yu Zhong Gij, don't be like this. I won't like you. Can you be magnanimous about this? If you want to try and hold on, it makes you look bad as a man. Guys should be cooler about this. Go tell my mom that you want to decline this relationship, and in exchange, I'll get you a job. Although there aren't any formal preparation, I can introduce you to the police post." Yu Zhong's gaze turned cold. "Xiaoyan Mimi, you look too highly upon yourself. Please don't get me wrong. I have no feelings for you. However, if Annie's son and my mom insist that we try, I wouldn't mind giving it a shot. If you want to reject me, please go tell Annie's son yourself. I won't pester you." In Long County, Yu Zhong could easily find over 100 girls with better appearances than Gao Xiaoyan. Initially, he had thought she was refined and demure. However, he never expected her to be so narcissistic, and he lost all favorable impressions of her. Let's conclude our chat here. Goodbye. Yu Zhong left Gao Xiaoyan alone and went home. As Yu Zhong left, Gao Xiaoyan's pretty face was distorted in anger as she stared coldly at Yu Zhong's back before snorting and left for her own house. The moment Yu Zhong reached home, Ningli came to him and asked expectantly, "How was it, son? Xiaoyan's pretty right. Were there any feelings?" Yu Zhong glanced at Ningli and responded, "Mom, she said that she has someone already. We won't have any chance." Ningli grumbled and consoled Yu Zhong. "She already has someone she likes? How come I didn't know that? Why didn't she say so? This Sun Jia also. Her own daughter has already fallen for someone else, but she wants to introduce her to my son. Ah, son, your mom is to be blamed for not sorting things out properly. However, since my son's so outstanding, you're definitely able to find someone much better than Gao Xiaoyan." In the eyes of parents, their own offsprings would be the best in the world, and Ningli was no exception. Ningli was depressed for a while, before she suddenly brightened up. "Oh yes. Son, didn't you travel with that university schoolmate Ning Yusin? Is she your girlfriend?" Ning Yusin had a demeanor that far surpassed Gao Xiaoyan, and in Ning Li's eyes, she was the perfect candidate. Yu Zhong chuckled bitterly. "Mum, why did your thoughts go to her?" Ning Li paced about and muttered to herself, "She's too pretty, though. I'm afraid it would be hard to keep her at home. If she marries in, who knows if she makes my son a cuckold. It's too bad. Actually, Gao Xiaoyan will be just nice, not too pretty or ugly. What a pity you guys don't have the fate." Ning Li then said confidently, "While our household may not be rich, in this world, we're considered better off than others. Son, don't worry with my connections. I'll definitely help you find a good wife, better than Gao Xiaoyan." Yu Ming's household wasn't considered rich, but as he was a civil servant, he had a steady rice bowl, and it was considered decent. It must be known that with the problem of tight rations, plus that everybody was still reliant on the mercy relief of gruel rations, in a society where many women would sell their own bodies for just a bun and the selling of one's own children for food was common, marrying into a household with a steady ration was considered the dream of many ladies. Yu Zhong saw that Ning Li was about to start nagging, and he massaged his throbbing head and changed the topic. "Mom, I'm going to bed. In. The mattress is ready. Go have a good rest." Ning Li just responded simply, before muttering to herself again, "The Qin's daughter is still too young. As for the Qin's, no, she's not good looking. The young lady of the Luos can be considered pretty, but she's a bit short. The Li daughter is too old, already hitting 26. It's truly tough to be a parent." As Ning Li was pondering over the issue of a daughter-in-law, Yu Zhong was sleeping comfortably. He had been fighting nonstop and killed countless enemies. Even when he was in bed with the beauties in his life, his heart still longed to see his parents. Now that he has seen them alive and well, he slept extremely soundly. Time for breakfast. Early the next morning, Yu Zhong came to the table and saw that there were 3 bowls of porridge and 3 half-buns. "Mom, these are items I found outside in villages." Yu Zhong looked at the contents on the table before going back to the room and pulled out flour, rice, various canned foods, digestive biscuits, milk, chocolates, cigarettes, and other food from his bag. Ningli looked in astonishment at the assortment of items and smiled happily. Great, great. My son is truly capable. Huh. Amongst those food in Yu Zhong's bag, if they were to be measured against Yu Ming's salary, it could be said that they were worth at least half a year of wages. Yu Ming looked at the food that Yu Zhong brought out and pulled out 4 green tickets and handed them to Yu Zhong. Here's tickets for 40 jin of food. Go rest and have fun these 2 days. After that, I'll bring you for interviews. Heading out to find stuff is too dangerous. If you're not careful, you won't make it back alive. It's better if you stay inside here and find some work and work hard. Next time, you can become a government personnel. Yu Zhong received the tickets and smiled at Yu Ming before turning and heading out. I got it. I'll be heading out first. After leaving his house, Yu Zhong pondered for a while and decided not to summon anybody as he left towards the market on his own. Chapter 393, Market. Chapter 393, Market. Book 3, The South. The market in Guilin City was bustling, and many different food vendors were peddling their cooking. Mutant pig meat skewers. Delicious mutant pig meat skewers. Each stick is 2 meal ticket. It's absolutely delicious and worth the buy. Authentic Ning County snacks. They're mouth-watering. Come and have a taste, people. Along the streets, there were many stalls run by food vendors, and countless passers-by would be drawn by the aroma as they pulled out food tickets to exchange for different foods to try. In Guilin City, with the governance of a 2-factions cabinet, as well as the soldiers of Du Shanxiong who patrolled the surroundings of Guilin City to maintain peace and security, it gave the city the chance to slowly grow. Along the way, Yu Zhong realized that the 40 jin worth of food tickets could exchange for about 400 renminbi prior to the apocalypse. In a world where the economy had almost collapsed, such a sum was considered huge. Yu Zhong followed the paths and weaved in and out of streets until he came to the busiest street, Xiangling Street, to discover that there were stalls set up everywhere, displaying all sorts of mutant plants and mutant beast meat and bones. Even the hides and anything to do with mutant life forms were sold here. These items were brought by powerful lone warriors or the small squads that were assembled to scavenge for items on the outside. As long as even ordinary humans made preparations, using simple melee tools were enough to hunt a huge mutant beast. This intelligence and craftiness was the reason why the human race had been oppressing everything else before the apocalypse. How are you selling this? Yu Zhong walked to a stall and picked up a nuclei with properties unknown and asked the vendor. He had seen with a single glance that this nuclei was most likely obtained from a mutant beast of above level 40. So far, the only usage that Yu Zhong had discovered of such nuclei was that they could be used to power up other mutant beasts, giving them room to grow and evolve. The stall vendor glanced at Yu Zhong and shook out of his stupor, opening a price with excitement. 5 jin ticket. At first, everyone had thought that these nuclei from mutant beasts were some treasures. However, with the passing of time, no one discovered a use for them. They were soon reduced to ornaments and decorations. There were even cases of squads directly throwing them away when hunting mutant beasts. Yu Zhong frowned as he rejected the offer. Such an item just looks nice. How can you open with such a high price? These are just used for decor after all. 1 liang ticket. Will you sell? The vendor started employing all his tactics to try and promote his goods. Boss, while these items are useless and are just for looks, see how pretty it is. It may not have any use now, but who knows, after things are stabilized, it might be even more valuable than a bloodstone. Invest in it now. After the prices shoot up, you're sure to make a fortune. If it wasn't for the fact that I'm in dire straits, I wouldn't sell them. Since you're interested in them, I'm willing to give you a discount for it. 2 jin ticket. Yu Zhong seemed to hesitate before he pulled out a 10 jin ticket and handed it to the vendor. All right, 2 jin ticket it is. Fool. In this world, these pretty stones would be at most worth 1 liang or 2. This young idiot. The stall vendor received the payment with glee and celebrated silently as he mocked Yu Zhong in his heart. The vendor handed the nuclei and 8-gene ticket to Yu Zhong before asking warmly, "Oh yes, boss, do you want more of them? If you do, I can help you get some more. If you want 10 or more, I can give you 80% discount on them." In this market, everyone knew the selling price for nuclei was at most a few yongs, and it was rare to find an unsuspecting sheep to fleece. He had thus become excited. In this Guilin city, there were many survivors who had managed to escape to this place, and they understood the suffering of insufficient rations. Under these circumstances, many would stoop low to earn more tickets for themselves. Yu Zhong pretended to consider before nodding in. "Okay, I'll take 20 then. Having more wouldn't make a difference." 20. "Please wait." The vendor beamed and responded with a single sentence as he abandoned his worthless stand, asking someone to man it for him while he ran through the crowd of the market. Not long after, the vendor came running back with a huge bag, revealing an assorted group of nuclei. "Boss, there's a total of 36. Please double-check." Yu Zhong pretended to be shocked. "Didn't I ask for just 20? Why did you bring 36? The vendor cajoled Yu Zhong. "Boss, you're a businessman. How can 20 be enough? The 36 in here is the entire amount of this street. Once you buy them over, you're the monopoly of the nuclei business. By then, when the prices rise, you can call the price. Even if you were to sell each for 20 gene, no one would dispute. If you can do such a business, your family will also look up to you." Yu Zhong put on a face as though he was won over and handed the 40-gene ticket to him. "Makes sense. All right, I'll buy them all." The vendor took the 40-gene tickets and had an ugly expression. This doesn't seem to be enough." "Is this enough, then?" Yu Zhong chuckled and pulled out a pouch of Chinese tobacco and handed it to the vendor. The vendor immediately grabbed it and responded hastily. "Enough. Enough. They're all yours." In Guilin City, as the manufacturing of tobacco had stopped, tobacco was considered a luxury good, and only the upper echelons of society got to enjoy them. If the vendor brought this Chinese tobacco to the government to exchange, it would be worth at least 100 gene. Just gaining this was a huge profit for the vendor already. Yu Zhong looked at the vendor. "Since you've accepted my tobacco, then my ration tickets." The vendor grinned in happiness as he gripped the tobacco tightly, passing the ration tickets back to Yu Zhong. "Take it back. Take it all back." Yu Zhong laughed and took the bag as well as his tickets. With a bag of nuclei, he could rear another Type 2 mutant beast. However, they were harder to control. He could only choose to push lightning into a Type 3 mutant beast before evolving one of the little brothers of lightning. "Hold it!" Right at this time, the soft yet bright voice of a young girl rang out. As Yu Zhong turned to the source of the voice, he saw a teenage girl of about 17 or 18, with exceptional looks and her long hair in a ponytail. Her lithe body was wrapped in black mutant beast hide, and she had a dark magic blade hanging by her waist. Her eyes were full of spirit, and she exuded a heroic aura. She was currently flanked by 6 other males as she came over. Yu Zhong looked at the young beauty and arched his brows as he asked, "What's the matter?" Chen Xianhong had a domineering tone as she spoke to Yu Zhong. "The nuclei in your hands. I will buy them all. Don't worry, Chen Xianhong, will not let you get the short end of the stick. Whatever you use to buy it, I'll buy it from you at 3 times the price." 3 times? Damn it, damn it. Why did I sell so fast? If only I was a little slower. 3 times. The vendor was currently full of regret as he muttered to himself. Yu Zhong looked coldly at Chen Xianhong and declined. "Not selling." A suave young man beside her who was decked in designer clothes, with a slightly pale face, frowned as he shouted at Yu Zhong, "What gall? Do you know who this lady is?" Yu Zhong's brows arched and challenged the pale-faced young man. "I don't know and I don't care. This is something I bought. Don't tell me you guys want to rob? Or that in Guilin City has no regards for rules and regulations. We can do whatever we want to. Is that it?" "You?" The pale-faced man became speechless upon Yu Zhong's retort, feeling that he lost face and could not help wanting to threaten Yu Zhong. Daniel, don't be rash. He's right. The goods are his. It's his right not to sell. We can't force him. Chen Xianhong waved her hand as she blocked the path of the brash young man with obvious ill intent. She casted a deep look at Yu Zhong and scoffed. Brat, if you don't want to sell, then it's fine. It's not like you can eat them anyway. Also, Guilin City is a place of law and order. Don't spout nonsense. Let's go. Chen Xianhong reprimanded Yu Zhong in a self-righteous tone, shooting him a dirty look before turning around in a proud manner and left with her 6 lackeys. Yu Zhong looked at the pompous and self-righteous figure leaving and turned to ask the stall vendor, "Who is that Chen Xianhong? What attitude?" The vendor proceeded to explain to Yu Zhong patiently. "You haven't heard of her? She's the daughter of our Guilin City's Mayor Chuning. Although she's really arrogant, she is still decent. Whenever she buys something, she would always pay fairly. But that Daniel guy you offended beside her is not a good thing. His father is the district head of Xianyang District, and he himself has some ties with the Green Bamboo Gang. Whoever in this street offends him will be dragged away by people to be beaten up. You better leave quickly." Yu Zhong had given the stall vendor good business, hence he wasn't stingy with his information. Green Bamboo Gang. Interesting. Yu Zhong laughed and didn't seem to mind before striding off. Even the Heaven Sect had fallen at his hands. A small gang allowed by the government to exist wouldn't pose a problem to him. Daniel followed Chen Xianhong for a while, waiting for her to check out another stall before stepping to his side. A man swiftly arrived in front of Daniel. Daniel looked at the man and gave an order coldly. "Go get some men from Boss Xiao at the Green Bamboo Gang, and go teach that bastard a lesson. Get those nuclei from his hands also. Quickly." "Yes, young master." The servant responded quickly and left in a flash. Daniel looked coldly at the direction which Yu Zhong had left and snorted coldly. "Want to go against me? Looking to die?" Yu Zhong walked about in Xianyang Street for quite a while, arriving at the 2nd Street, and noticed that there were stalls set up here as well. However, the crowd was noticeably lesser, with only about 100 stalls. In front of those stalls, though, there were many people gathered. Yu Zhong came to one of the stalls and noticed that the stall displayed only a Shadow Steps skill book as well as a Tang replica sword. Level 2 skill, Shadow Steps, exchanging for a level 3 strength consolidation, or a level 3 strength type treasure. Level 1 Tang replica sword, exchanging for 50 tons of rations, or a level 2 strength-based equipment. Don't haggle. Those who can't afford them scram. On the table of that stall, there were those 2 system treasures. At the same time, there was a banner on top with those words. "Isn't the price of the Tang replica sword too expensive? Can you lower the price? How about I purchase the skill book with 10 tons of rations?" As the people gathered around the stall, many tried to haggle. A number of them wanted to use rations and other similar items to exchange for the system equipment, especially the Tang replica sword, which was the key starting point for enhancement. They competed aggressively before a middle-aged man used 50 tons of rations to purchase the Tang replica sword. Although there were only about 100 stall vendors, they all took out precious system equipment for exchange with items they wanted. In Guilin City, with close to 900,000 survivors, the number of enhancers grew with the passing of time, and they grew stronger as well. Hence, there was a market of exchange amongst these enhancers. The bulk of items traded in this Xianyang 2nd Street were God and Devil system equipment, and although they were normal items, the scene caused Yu Zhong to be wide-eyed with surprise. Yu Zhong continued walking and looking around, before he came to a stop and his eyes shone. "Ah, a decent treasure. Someone was actually willing to bring this equipment out. Level 3 treasure, Sapphire Ring, upon equipping, +1 to all attributes." Although the Sapphire Ring gave +1 to all attributes, the drop rate of this Sapphire Ring was extremely low. Yu Zhong had hunted so many zombies and mutant beasts, but had never come across it. Furthermore, its enhancements did not clash with other rings, and Yu Zhong immediately set his mind on buying it. Right at this time, the familiar female voice that Yu Zhong heard earlier resounded beside him, as Chun Xianhong walked up to the stall in her black suit, her face icy cold as she asked, "How much for this sapphire ring?" Chapter 394, Conflict Arises. Chapter 394, Conflict Arises. Book 3, The South. The young man, who was dressed in black, replied indifferently, "A necklace only. I want a level 3 and above agility-based necklace, trading 1 for 1. Chun Xianhong thought for a while, before she pulled out a ring of fireball from her bag, a ring of ice pick, as well as a dark magic blade, placing them in front of the young man in black, and asked earnestly, "I don't have a level 3 agility-based necklace. How about I use these 3 items to exchange for that sapphire ring of yours?" The young man immediately rejected it coolly. Not exchanging. Dan Yu's face turned ugly, and stepped forward to threaten, "Oh yeah, what kind of tone is that? Do you know who she is? Do you not want to live to see tomorrow's daylight?" The young stall vendor immediately pulled out a dark magic blade, as a dark force coagulated atop the blade, causing a sense of fear to arise in those who looked at it. The young man pointed the blade at Dan Yu and barked out coldly, "Scram!" A strong surge of killing intent billowed out from the young man, enveloping Dan Yu, who immediately turned pale. He retreated a few steps and plopped down weakly on his backside, trembling as he stammered, "You can't kill me. My dad is the district chief Dan Hong." Hearing this, all the stall vendors around gathered together, as they glared at Dan Yu with a ferocious glint in their eyes. The killing intent from all the stall vendors became extremely heavy, and the tension in the air was palpable. In this second street of Xinyang, there was an unspoken rule, which was that regardless of background, whoever came here had to deal according to the vendor's wishes. If anyone wanted to forcefully rob, use their authority to override the vendors, or even force a deal, all the enhancers would immediately step forwards to get rid of the troublemaker. Hearing the retarded words from Dan Yu, each and every single enhancer on site, who was level 10 and above, stood up to stare at Dan Yu and Chun Xianhong's group. "Friends, please keep your weapon. This time, it was my friend that did not know the rules, and he's ignorant. I will apologize on behalf of him." Chun Xianhong bowed deeply towards the young man in apology. Chun Xianhong then sternly said, "However, Guilin City is a lawful society. Please sheathe your weapon and use your strength on the zombies and mutant beasts, not on your fellow humans." The young man in black stared coolly at Chun Xianhong and kept his dark magic blade before sitting down quietly without a word. The rest of the vendors scattered back to their stalls, not congregating together. After all, everyone wanted to earn a living here in Guilin City. As long as they weren't forced to the extreme, they didn't want to antagonize the government. Unless, of course, they were willing to abandon their life here and go back to the wilderness. Chun Xianhong heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing this. If these 100-some odd enhancers were to band together, they were a force not to be underestimated, especially since there were a number that were above level 30. If they were to go crazy and create chaos in the city, it would definitely cause major problems. Dan Yu stood up from the ground as he thanked Chun Xianhong. "Thanks, Xiaohong asterisk." Chun Xianhong frowned as she snapped at Dan Yu. "Dan Yu, if you're going to be like this, just stay away from me in the future." Dan Yu had grown up spoiled and was accustomed to being domineering over others. After the apocalypse set in, his dad had gained power, and it caused him to be even more overbearing. Yes. Dan Yu recoiled and hung his head. He was always bullying the weak while fearing the strong. And since Chun Xianhong's father was more powerful than his own, he could only lower his head to her. At this time, Yu Zhong came forward and brought out his necklace of hurricane, before handed it to the black-robed young man. "I have a level 3 necklace of hurricane to be traded for your sapphire ring. Will you exchange?" The young man received the necklace and inspected it carefully, before throwing the sapphire ring to Yu Zhong. "Deal." Dan Yu looked towards Yu Zhong, and his expression turned grim as he barked out, "You again." Yu Zhong did not even glance at Dan Yu. As he took up the sapphire ring and went to another store, treating Danyu as though he was air. Chun Xianhong furrowed her eyebrows and reprimanded Danyu. Danyu, for once, just shut up. When he was scolded by Chun Xianhong, Danyu immediately bowed his head, and his face twisted with fury. Anyone would be pissed when scolded like a dog. Chun Xianhong looked at Yu Zhong deeply before she turned around and left. She was extremely beautiful and exuded a noble aura, and her background was decent. Be it before the apocalypse or after, there was no shortage of men who tried to woo her, and she had seen all the different sorts of tricks men used to get her attention. To all those attention seekers, she would only employ the best method, which was to ignore them. Yu Zhong walked about the market for quite a while, and other than the sapphire ring, the majority of the stuff sold could not compare to his own equipment, and thus he had no plans of purchasing anymore. Yu Zhong walked about idly, before settling at a small eatery that was popular with the crowd. 2 bowls of dumplings. 1 bowl of vegetarian noodles, please. The eatery was packed full of customers as they hollered their orders. A number of the waiters and waitresses bustled about as they walked to and fro, serving the food and cleaning the tables of the customers who left. Yu Zhong waited for quite a long time before a bowl of meat dumplings were delivered to his table. He took a slurp of the soup, the aroma of the meat and broth wafting into his nostrils, and he felt vitalized. He took a bite of the meat dumpling, and the juiciness of the meat exploded in his mouth, assaulting his taste buds with a simply delicious flavor. This is made from a meat of a mutant beast. No wonder it's so fragrant. Yu Zhong could tell immediately from a single bite, and he dug in with gusto. Yu Zhong had already inhaled 6 of the dumplings, when a number of brutes wielding butcher knives and wooden bats entered the store noisily and shouted, "Make way! Make way! The Green Bamboo Gang is here on official business. Those not involved scram to one side." When those hooligans entered the shop, the customers were all frightened and ran out the shop. The Green Bamboo Gang was after all one of the bigger gangs in Guilin City, and it was rumored that they were backed by a government official. They had numerous experts and were extremely overbearing in their conduct of business. Ordinary citizens did not dare to antagonize them. A slightly chubby, middle-aged housewife rushed out from the counter with a cajoling smile as she tried to persuade one of the gang members, a baldy with a scorpion tattoo. "This brother, we have already paid our protection fee for the month." The bald man with the scorpion tattoo stared at her and barked out, "We're not here to collect protection fee. Get lost to one side. Don't hinder your father eye from my business." When she was spoken to so explosively, the housewife trembled and ran to the kitchen, taking the waitresses with her. One of the hooligans present saw Yu Zhong sitting and enjoying his meat dumplings without a care in the world and immediately reported to Scorpion Tattoo Baldy, "Brother Green Scorpion, that's the one." Green Scorpion glanced at Yu Zhong and barked out an order, "It's that kid. Go, maim on his hands. Let him taste the consequences of offending those he shouldn't have." The hooligans immediately rushed towards Yu Zhong's position. "Just because of a disagreement, you want a hand of mine? What tyranny?" said Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong glanced at the hooligans rushing at him, and his eyes flashed with a cold gleam. Casually reaching out with a speed like a striking snake, he grabbed the hand of one of the hooligans, twisting harshly with his 6 times strength, breaking the hooligan's arm with a clean and clearly audible snap. "Ah!" The hooligan immediately screamed out in agony at the overbearing pain. Yu Zhong then lashed out with a kick, sending the hooligan flying back and knocking several tables away, before the unfortunate fellow spat out a mouth of fresh blood and fainted without any signs of life. Yu Zhong then grabbed the first man's dropped machete easily, swinging down viciously at a new target. The slash caused the arm of the newly targeted hooligan to be chopped off, and a jet of blood sprayed onto the walls in a violent manner. After his attack, he kicked out and sent that same hooligan flying into the wall. "Enhancer! He's a high-level enhancer!" Seeing how casually Yu Zhong dispatched 2 of his comrades, the remaining hooligan shouted out with fear. Enhancers possessed tremendous combat power, and weren't existences that these ordinary gang members could afford to offend. Screaming, they scrambled away towards Green Scorpion. This won't do. Leave something behind. Yu Zhong's gaze was furious and cold as he walked right in front of Green Scorpion, throwing the blood-stained machete in front of him, saying, "It's your turn. You must be the instigator. Leave your own right arm behind. I can spare your life. Or do you want me to remove both hands myself?" Green Scorpion looked at the blood-stained scene in the store, his body trembling uncontrollably, and he gritted his teeth and asked, "You're too damn cruel. How can you chop off so many people's arms? Don't you know this will ruin their lives?" Yu Zhong looked at him mockingly. "Scum like you dare speak of cruelty to me. When you chop off people's arms, it's very fun for you guys, isn't it? If I didn't have the strength, I would have been the one to suffer under you scum. You can chop people, but other people can't do the same to you? Since you aren't willing to do so, let me help you then." Chapter 395, Blackmail, Mu Xiangling. Chapter 395, Blackmail, Mu Xiangling. Book 3, The South. In truth, if they weren't in Guilin City, Yu Zhong would have exterminated them early on. Inside Guilin City, he could not just go on a killing spree and rid the world of such scum, as even though they were hooligans, if there was a sudden surge of deaths, the government would act as well. "I'll do it myself," Green Scorpion cried out in alarm, as he could feel the resolute intent from this terrifying man in front of him, and knew that if he didn't do it himself, both his arms would be immediately broken. At that point in time, he would become a true cripple. Green Scorpion's right arm shook as he grabbed the blood-stained machete, and in a furious bellow, he hacked his own left shoulder, chopping his left arm off. "Ah!" Green Scorpion cried out in pain and kneeled on the floor, his forehead glistening with perspiration as he stared venomously at Yu Zhong and spat out, "Are you satisfied now?" Yu Zhong looked at him coldly and asked, "Who told you to come after me?" "It's that Dan Hong's son, Dan Yu. He told us to come and fix you." Green Scorpion betrayed Dan Yu without a moment's hesitation, as he was currently filled with equal hatred and anger at Dan Yu for causing him to meet this devil in front of him. Yu Zhong maintained his cold gaze and said, "So it truly is him. You can scram now. Don't appear in front of me again, otherwise you guys won't live to see another day. Let's go." Green Scorpion cried out to his men, after which he grabbed his dismembered arm and ran out. Those who had lost their arms to Yu Zhong also quickly grabbed their arms and left. Medical procedures had long since advanced to a stage where reattaching broken limbs was possible even before the apocalypse. By grabbing their arms, there was a chance for recovery. Yu Zhong glanced at the store owner and his staff, who were shivering while looking at him, and he pulled out a Tang replica sword and left on the table. "My apologies for causing problems for your store. Treat this Tang replica sword as my compensation." This single Tang replica sword was easily worth 50 tons of rations. Even if it were on sale, it would command at least 10 tons of rations. 10 tons of rations was enough for this store to open up another 2 more branches. The store owner's eyes gleamed as he rushed to grab the Tang replica sword, and he gratefully reminded Yu Zhong, "Esteemed hero, the Green Bamboo Gang don't have a single decent person. Since you have thoroughly offended them today, please take care of yourself. There are powerful enhancers amongst them as well." "I got it. Thanks." After which, Yu Zhong left the store with big strides. "Brother Green Scorpion, what do we do? Do we just forego this? I'm unwilling to let this go." One of the hooligans spat out with extreme anger. Green Scorpion's face was also twisted in anger as he roared out, "Of course not. Bastard. That bastard dares to go against us. The Green Bamboo Gang. I must bury him." Green Scorpion growled poisonously. "Go notify court leader Hu. Let court leader Hu deal with him. We must kill this bastard." With the absence of a limb, Green Scorpion's combat ability was reduced by half. His position within Green Bamboo Gang would definitely drop, and his future was looking bleak. His heart was currently filled with bitterness and anger. He had never once thought how his victims had feel when they faced the same plight, Instead, he only knew that he had been crippled by someone stronger, and he was filled with thoughts killing Yu Zhong and Danyu. After leaving the store, Yu Zhong came across a young, pretty girl of about 11 to 12 years, her hair tied up in pigtails. Her eyes were big and watery, her skin fair and tender. She was about 1.48 m, and her limbs were slender and beautiful, giving her a frail appearance that sensed that with a good squeeze her bones might snap any moment. The little lowly blocked Yu Zhong's path and exclaimed, "Big brother, I lost my teddy bear. Can you help me find it?" Yu Zhong glanced at the little lowly and asked, "Where did you lose it?" The lowly pointed to a dark alley and said, "There. I dropped my teddy bear somewhere there." Yu Zhong's mind was on alert, but he put on a smile and said, "Sure, let's help you." This lowly came out of nowhere and was suspicious. Thus Yu Zhong suspected that she could be part of a trap set for him by his enemies. He wasn't afraid, however, as long as he was on alert. Even if an enemy that was stronger than him was to appear, it would be hard to deal with Yu Zhong. The lowly just gave Yu Zhong an extremely sweet smile and said, "Thank you, big brother. It's all right." Yu Zhong naturally patted her shoulders. If she was an enemy, there would be a reaction from that seemingly harmless pat. However, Yu Zhong's hand reached the shoulder of the lowly without resistance, and as long as he willed it, he could crush her neck instantly. "Big brother." The lowly had no strange reaction, however, and just turned around innocently to look at Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong continued without skipping a beat. "There was a worm on your shoulders earlier." "Oh, thank you, big brother. Xiangling's most afraid of bugs." "All right, big brother. My name is Mu Xiangling. What's your name?" Mu Xiangling tilted her head curiously and asked Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong replied, "I'm Yu Zhong." "Oh, so it's Yu Zhong Gij." Mu Xiangling and Yu Zhong came to the small alley, when she suddenly leapt into Yu Zhong's embrace, and used those huge round eyes of hers to look at Yu Zhong, her face an expression of shyness as she spoke. "Yu Zhong Gij. Shiyu likes Yu Zhong Gij. Yu Zhong Gij. You must like Shiyu too, right?" Mu Xiangling had pounced into Yu Zhong's embrace, and her hands reaching for Yu Zhong's zip with practiced ease. "What's going on?" Yu Zhong was filled with questions. He had not sensed any killing intent from Mu Xiangling, and he was questioning himself if it had suddenly become heaven-defyingly handsome, as why would there be a random lowly that just pounced on him? Star. Just as Yu Zhong was at a loss, Mu Xiangling pulled out a handphone and quickly took a picture of them, before leaping off his body, and her face instantly changed to one of disgust, spitting, "It's enough now. Perverted lullicon. You can get up. A 100-gene ration ticket. Give me that, and I'll forego this matter. Otherwise, I'll go develop this picture and start handing it out. You will be scorned by the people here and will never have a place in society again. Even the police will keep looking for you." Mu Xiangling spoke with scorn. A 100-gene ration ticket in exchange for a secure position in society. It's a decent bargain. You'd better not think about using force to snatch my phone away. On the other end of this street, there's a police post. If I were to scream out now, and then tear my clothes, you will become a pervert who tried to rape a child. Although there are many useless bums at the police post, there are a few decent ones there. I'm sure you don't want me caught. The moment you're caught, you're dead meat. Blackmail. Hearing those words, Yu Zhong finally understood what had happened to him. He was tricked into an extortion scam by this shrewd little lowly. Yu Zhong glanced coolly at the lowly who had seemingly become a different person, as his expression turned black, asking, "Seeing how smooth you were, you must have done this countless times?" Mu Xiangling's eyes flashed with anger. As she used a tone that belied her age NF, she spat out, "Men are all perverted creatures. Treat them a little nicely, and their true colors are shown. They even feel good about themselves. You really think you're the reincarnation of Pan? And wake up. The heavens would not drop freebies for the likes of you. Hand up the 100-gene ration ticket obediently, and I will delete the photo in front of you. I've always conducted my business properly." Who would have thought that I would be schooled by a little lowly? However, Mu Xiangling, you seem to have gotten something wrong. About who's the hunter and who's the hunted. Yu Zhong stared at Mu Xiangling as his pupils shrunk, and he activated his art of fear. The tyrannical spirit attack launched at Mu Xiangling, and she was instantly enveloped in a terrifying illusion as her body froze in terror, so much so that she could not move. Although she could see what happened to her, her body had no way of responding. Yu Zhong casually retrieved the handphone from Mu Xiangling's hands and deleted the photo before stuffing it back in her hands and deactivating the skill. So you're a high-level enhancer. The moment Mu Xiangling was pulled out of the illusion, she muttered with dejection. Enhancers were powerful existences. Mu Xiangling was an ordinary human and had no way of retaliating. That's right, I'm a high-level enhancer. Yu Zhong chuckled lightly, and in a wave, Mu Xiangling's handphone had appeared back in his hands. In that second, he had easily snatched her phone right in front of her. Yu Zhong reached out and pinched her cheek before giving her 3 candies and a 20-gene ration ticket. Brat, don't do such things in the future. Not everyone is reasonable like me. If you had really met those strong perverts, you would not be able to do anything in front of them. This is for you. Go home and lead a proper life. After this, Yu Zhong turned around to leave the alley. Everyone had their own principles and way of life, and while he'd stopped her once, he could not stop her every time. There were many things he had to do, and could not waste time on a random lowly he had just met. Chapter 396. It's a Deal. Chapter 396. It's a Deal. Book 3. The South. Wait up! Mu Xiangling ran up to Yu Zhong and opened her arms wide to block Yu Zhong's path again. Yu Zhong cocked his eyebrows and drawled, "Little rascal, don't ask for a yard when given an inch." Asterisk. Mu Xiangling looked at Yu Zhong with those huge, beautiful eyes of hers, as a complicated gleam flashed in her gaze. Yu Zhong, since you're a high-level enhancer, you must have the capability, and you must be rich, right? Regardless of where or what faction, high-level enhancers led very decent lives. This was common knowledge, and any faction would do well to win enhancers over to their side. This was simply because enhancers possessed incredible combat power, be it hunting zombies, mutant beasts, or killing other humans. They were considered experts. A powerful enhancer with tyrannical strength could easily change the flow of a battle. Yu Zhong nodded. That's right. Mu Xiangling stared fixedly at Yu Zhong, and in a serious tone that did not match her age. Then, please buy me. I'm pretty, and am still a virgin. I can cook, wash, shop for groceries, manage your books, whatever. As long as you buy me, once I'm older, I can become your woman. No questions asked. If you really can't wait, you can have me now. Even if you want to give me away as a present once you buy me, it's fine as well. You want me to be a doll? I'll be a doll. Whatever ways you want to play with me, it's all doable, as long as you can offer a good enough price. Yu Zhong returned her stare and asked slowly, "What is the price to buy you then?" Mu Xiangling did possess extraordinary looks, and when she grows up in the future, it was very possible that she could be on the same level of beauty as Guayu or Chen Yao. Yu Zhong could be considered the leader of over a few 10,000s of survivors over at Guangxi, and the only beautiful lowly that he had come across was that Ning Ruozi, who was extremely adept at acting cute to gain his favor. As long as it was a reasonable price, he was willing to buy over this girl. "Follow me." Mu Xiangling immediately turned around and walked away. The moment she left the dark alleyway, she quickly raised her hand to tousle her hair and then randomly grabbed some dirt off the ground to smear across herself. In just a few motions, an originally cute and pretty little girl transformed into a dirty and unbecoming little beggar. Regardless of how beautiful a person can be, a messy and dirty appearance would belie her true appearance. Such a disguise was simple and crude, but extremely effective. Yu Zhong observed her silently. It was obvious that this little lowly knew how to protect herself and had plenty of experience in surviving in this society. If it wasn't for Yu Zhong, she might have gotten yet away with another day's haul. After her quick transformation into a little beggar, she brought Yu Zhong through random streets, before arriving at a dilapidated slum area, where the water was downright murky and rancid, and a horrible stench was present everywhere. After tunneling about the different complicated alleys, Xiangling and Yuzhong arrived at an extremely run-down old room, as she pulled out a key to open the door. The moment the door was pushed open, a strong medicinal scent wafted from within the house. Yuzhong looked towards the direction of the smell and saw a woman whose entire face looked swollen, her original features indistinguishable, and her body wrapped in blankets as she laid on a small bed. "Mom, I'm back. Wait for a moment. I'll go prepare medicine for you." Xiangling walked to the woman and got a cup of water as she fed her gently, before walking into the kitchen and started making medicine again. Yuzhong looked at the bedridden woman, who could not even make a sound, and could roughly guess the price of buying Xiangling. He looked about the room. In the room, there was practically nothing, just a small desk, a bed, and 2 chairs. On the small desk, there were a few middle-grade books placed neatly. Although the house was sparse, it was tidy and clean. Everything inside seemed to be free of dust, and it could be seen that the little master of this house was efficient at cleaning. Hard-working, gentle, dedicated, efficient, tidy, these were the qualities Yuzhong noted about Xiangling just by taking in his surroundings. These, as well as the earlier act of pretending to be cute, trying to trick him, as well as her street smart. After brewing the medicine, Xiangling fed her mother with great care before changing her adult diapers. She washed some clothes and wiped down her body, as she then fed her porridge. Xiangling bustled about for an entire hour before heaving a sigh of relief and bit into a biscuit as she sat beside Yuzhong. Xiangling looked at Yuzhong as she maintained her serious tone and said, "As long as you can treat my mom's illness and leave her with 30 tons ration tickets, I will be yours. I know that the 30 tons amount is not little, as you can easily get a woman outside with just a 100 ration ticket. However, I'm pretty and young, as well as a virgin. I'm great with household chores and am athletic. Such a great bargain for 30 tons rations. As long as you can buy me, I will listen to you only. Even if you wanted to kill me, I'd have no complaints. Will this do?" Yuzhong looked at Xiangling, who had been promoting herself nonstop. 30 tons of rations is not an issue. However, I'm not a doctor, and I have no confidence of healing her entirely. Furthermore, you have not told me what's wrong with her. 30 tons of food wasn't something difficult for Yuzhong to obtain. As long as he went to the second steed of Xinyang and exchanged some system equipment, he could easily get the 30 tons. However, the main thing was that he wasn't a doctor, and he had no confidence of healing Xiangling's mother. It did not seem to be an external injury for Xiangling's mother, and hence, the life-saving grass, which was effective for external wounds, would not help her. Xiangling's eyes turned red as tears started to drip on the ground. She thought back to the events that had happened at the start of the apocalypse and started crying. "I heard the doctor saying that Mum's illness is due to a problem with her immunity. She could not defend against the various bugs and bacteria in the air, and hence, she had become like that. It's all because of me. Mum had passed everything good to me to eat, and she didn't eat anything. That must be the reason for the problems in her immunity. It's all my fault. My fault." Yuzhong frowned and assessed the situation silently to himself. Problems with immunity? Then items that enhance or strengthen the body should be able to correct the immunity problem, probably. In Yuzhong's possessions, there were currently 2 incredible treasures that can greatly enhance a person's constitution. One was the snake birth fruit juice that could directly cause a person to become an evolver, and the other was the Ming version 1, made from the blood essence, brain cells, and the rare mutant plants. These 2 were equally precious, and Yuzhong would usually only gift those subordinates who pledge steadfast loyalty to him. Yuzhong was also human, and he hesitated a while, seeing that the solution to the problem was expending either of his precious items on a woman he had just seen for the first time. Other than that, there was the crucial point, which was, it was just Yuzhong's assessment. If any of those 2 items were to have no effect on the poor woman, then not only would he lose 2 valuable liquids, but even Mu Xiangling would not be his. It was truly a gamble. Mu Xiangling was intelligent and perceptive. She could feel Yu Zhong's hesitation as she pounced into his arms and cried pitifully while begging. Yu Zhong Gitch, please save my mom. You must have a way, right? You're so strong. You definitely must have a way, right? I do have something. It can allow an ordinary person to instantly become an evolver. This treasure may heal your mom and could transform her into an evolver. Or it could have no effect, and your mom might not even be able to withstand the effects of it and die. I'm not a doctor, and I have no means of ascertaining if this thing of mine is able to help your mom. The decision to use it lies on you. Yu Zhong flipped his hand, and a vial of the snake birth fruit juice appeared in his hands. He looked at Mu Xiangling and said indifferently, "Little brat, I'm not a philanthropist. This is after all a precious resource that can evolve a person. You know how valuable this is. Its value exceeds even 1,000 tons of rations. The moment you decide to use this, regardless of the result, you are mine. As for your mom, if she does survive this, she is to become my subordinate and fight for me. If you don't agree, I won't force you. You can go find other people to buy you." Evolver. Mu Xiangling heard this, and the words shook her heart. She had heard from accounts of other people that evolvers were the favored children of heaven, and their combat power was way over ordinary enhancers. The moment a single evolver appeared, many factions would clamor to curry favor and provide resources just to raise a single evolver. Of the 900,000 people in Guilin City, the naturally awakened evolvers were less than 100. Each and every single one of them were famous experts. Even Mu Xiangling, who belonged to the lowest caste of society, had heard of their miracles. Ordinary people wished to become enhancers, while enhancers wished to become evolvers. A naturally awaked evolver happened at the odds of 1:10,000. Of course, some places had more, while other places had less. The more humans there were, the chances of an evolver happening is more likely. The moment Mu Xiangling heard that her mother could become an evolver, she became excited. However, she held herself in check and thought carefully. The medicine in Yu Zhong's hand had no guarantee of saving her mother, and she became conflicted again. Mu Xiangling looked at the snake birth fruit juice in Yu Zhong's hands and hesitated a moment, before gritting her teeth and reaching out with her palm. "I'm yours." Mu Xiangling took the vial of snake birth fruit juice and opened it up as she stuck out her small pink tongue to taste the liquid. The moment that little drop of snake birth fruit juice entered her body, it transformed into a hot wave of energy and circulated within her body. "Congratulations, you have gained an enhancement of 1 point in spirit." A system notification suddenly resounded within Mu Xiangling's mind. This is a true treasure. He did not lie to me. Mu Xiangling finally let go of the concerns in her heart and poured the contents of the glass vial into her mother's mouth. As the snake birth fruit juice entered the body of Mu Xiangling's mother, it began its tyrannical body-changing transformation, rapidly altering every single part of her body. She started to ooze huge amounts of perspiration, foul blood, impurities, and an unbearable stench started to emit from her. At the same time, her swollen face was flushed red as she opened her mouth to gasp for air. "What's going on?" Mu Xiangling was horrified at her mother's condition and grabbed Yu Zhong's hands as she stared at Yu Zhong furiously. Her mother, who was most important to her, had suddenly entered into a life-threatening condition, and she was enraged to the point that she forgot Yu Zhong was an existence that she could not possibly stand up to. Yu Zhong replied, "Not to worry. One day, after taking in the contents of that, she will run a fever for a day. If she can resist, then her body will regain its health, and she would become an evolver. You stay here and look after her. I will station someone to guard the place." White bones come out. There was suddenly a distortion in space as a hole appeared, and White Bones walked out of that hole and proceeded to stand quietly in the middle of the house and stare coldly at Mu Xiangling. Mu Xiangling's mind churned as she saw through Yu Zhong's intentions. "You don't have to do this. Since I've agreed to be your doll, I definitely will not renege on my promise. Of course, you can watch over me. That is your choice, master. Yu Zhong replied, all right, just stay here and look after your mother. I'm leaving. Tomorrow this time, I'll come for you guys. Mu Xiangling did not turn to look at him, as she focused only on caring for her mother, and replied, in. Yu Zhong left the dilapidated slums in huge strides and went back towards the direction of the second street of Xinyang again. There was a huge exchange of system items after all, and he had plenty of equipment gained from the bodies of his enemies, and he could perhaps use this chance to exchange them for a few skill books or appropriate equipment. The countless scattered eyes for the green bamboo gang noticed Yu Zhong, and one of them hurried to a tea house nearby. Pretty soon, a large group gathered under the banner of the green bamboo gang followed the lead of a huge man, who was roughly 1.7 tall, dressed in a black cloak, and a huge sword hung at his waist. There was a scar on his otherwise handsome face, and his eyes shone with an intelligent light. He was roughly 19, 20, and he walked to block Yu Zhong's path. The small hooligan from Green Bamboo Gang pointed at Yu Zhong and said loudly, "It's him! Court leader, who it's him? It's you." The young man saw Yu Zhong and was taken aback before his eyes lit up in delight. Chapter 397, A Reunion of Brothers. Chapter 397, A Reunion of Brothers. Book 3, The South. Yu Zhong looked at that court leader and chuckled. Who would have thought that we would meet like this? Little leopard. The court leader guffawed as his pupils shrunk and a strong fighting intent billowed out of him, and he pulled out his huge sword from his waist and shot towards Yu Zhong like a meteor. Haha! It truly is amazing. Take my strike. Yu Zhong instantly pulled out his crocodile tooth saw blade and raised it to meet court leader strike. His 6x strength exploded out, and the clash between the two weapons resulted in a huge grating noise. Yu Zhong was sent one step back, while court leader took 2 steps. It was obvious that in a contest of strength, Yu Zhong had won. Haha, you truly have become even more powerful. However, with just this little bit of ability, you're not my match. Court leader laughed and stepped forwards. The blade in his hand suddenly exploded with twice the speed, and his strike had a wind force that struck towards Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong's pupils retracted, and his 11x agility exploded out. The crocodile tooth saw blade in his hand turned into a quick flash, meeting the strikes from court leader blow for blow. In just a few moments, 100 blows had been exchanged between the two, and sparks continuously flew from the clash. So powerful. The surrounding enhancers that had come to watch were all shocked in their hearts. Most of them were close combat specialists, and not even 10 of them could withstand any one strike from either Yu Zhong or court leader After over 100 exchanges, both parties drew back and smiled at each other before sheathing their weapons. Green Scorpion saw that things were taking an unpleasant turn and hurried to court leader and pleaded, "Court leader He's an enemy of our Green Bamboo Gang. 10 of our brothers have been crippled by him. You must seek redress for us." Court leader facial expression immediately froze, and he lashed out with a furious kick, sending Green Scorpion flying back 7 to 8 meters. "Redress your mum. He's my big brother. You dare offend my big brother. If he didn't chop off your arms, I would have been the one to do it. Scram to one side, filth. Hooey, you dare act against us just for an outsider. Do you still want to be a court leader? Go chop him apart now, and I'll ignore whatever happened today." At this time, a normal-looking young man with shifty eyes stepped forwards. A dozen Green Bamboo members moved forward behind him as he barked at Hui. Green Scorpion hurriedly crawled to the feet of the newcomer and cried, "Court leader Sheng," who he not only protected the outsider, he also lashed out at us from the Green Bamboo. "We seek court leader Sheng to help us clean up the murk of the gang." Hui looked at Sheng Kashi and barked, "Sheng Kashi, this daddy doesn't need your guidance in my matters. You're still lacking if you want to strip me of my authority. Nah, you know what? Why don't we settle it here? Whomever kills whomever will not need to bear responsibility. Do you dare? Little bastard. Shunkashi was enraged as he led his men away. Bastard. Don't think just because the leader values you, you can do however you like. You better watch out. Today's matters, I won't let it go just like that. Let's go. Hui spat at Shunkashi. Hey, little bastard. If it wasn't for your big bad daddy, based on your abilities, how could you become a court leader? He then turned to Yu Zhong and laughed. Brother, let us go have a drink. Yu Zhong chuckled lightly. I don't drink. Then a fruit juice should be fine, right? Come on, my treat. Hui laughed out and pulled Yu Zhong towards a lavish-looking nightclub. Currently, it was still daytime, but those nightclubs would still be operating, their neon lights flickering without stop, and on the dance floors, there were dozens of hot babes and dashing young men wearing revealing clothes as they gyrated provocatively. A roughly 30-year-old lady pimp with a lingering charm and heavy makeup walked towards Hui and teased, Boss Hu, you actually came to grace us with your presence. This is an honor. Who is this? Hui looked at the lady pimp warily and said, This is my big bro. Go find some pretty and clean young girls and fetch them over. Don't bring some used goods to spoil this daddy's mood. Otherwise, I might just slash you. Yes, yes. The lady pimp was frightened and hurriedly retreated. The moment the lady pimp left the room, there was only Yu Zhong and Hui left. Yu Zhong glanced at Hui and spoke slowly. Little leopard, you've changed a lot. All those years back, Hui was a coward who had been following Yu Zhong. Now he had become part of the underground and was even a person of power. His mannerism, his speech, all held thick traces of his underground links, calling out this daddy here and there, even going as far as to threaten others. Hui looked at Yu Zhong and chuckled. Bro, if we are to continue living in this world, how can we not change? Aren't you the same, bro? Yu Zhong turned silent for a long while as he sighed and nodded. It's true. I've changed plenty. In just a short year, Yu Zhong had morphed from a simple university student into a decisive killing machine with a heart of stone that showed no mercy to his enemies. His change could be considered the biggest of all. Hui's eyes sparkled as he reminisced. I'm always thinking about the past and the years that we good brothers spent together. Although now, when we look back, our actions seem childish and flippant, even rebellious. But it was the happiest moments of my life. Back then, Yu Zhong, Qiang, who he and a few others had banded together as they fought others, played truant, confessed to girls, and done a whole bunch of stuff to impress those very same girls. They had even fought for them before. In the eyes of the teachers and their parents, other than Qiang, whose grades were considered decent, amongst the top 20 of the school, the rest of them were just barely scraping by. Only when they reached their secondary 3 days asterisk, due to a personal matter and Yu Zhong having suffered a blow, did he finally focus on his studies and manage to get into university. After their final examinations, due to the different paths in life, these band of brothers were forcefully separated, and they could only get together again during their holidays. Yu Zhong's eyes glazed over with a slight longing for the past as well, as he asked Hui, Huang Ziming, Chunli, Xiamanji, Lin Zixian, did you manage to discover their whereabouts? A hint of anguish appeared in Hui's eyes as he muttered, Huang Ziming's dead? I saw him turn into a zombie during the onset of the apocalypse. Chunli is in Yanjing, Xiamanji is in Shanghai, and Li Zixian is in Nanjing. As to their current situation, I'm unsure. As for their family members, I've searched around in Guilin City. Only Uncle Chun is still alive, but he's already gone mad. In this apocalyptic world, other than the top government officials or military officers, ordinary citizens led very hard lives. After all, the army, armed patrol, and police officers were the first line of defense for the various human settlements. Actually, it wasn't all that surprising. Even for Yu Zhong's establishments, in times of crisis, his troops would attend to him and his subordinates first. Since time immemorial, there was not a single case where there was a deviant in terms of practices. That was why, even up to today, there would be a countless struggle for riches and power, because with riches and power, there would be privileges. Yu Zhong hesitated before asking the tough question. What about Qi Yang's parents? Qiang was not only Yu Zhong's closest buddy, but also the second in command that he trusted fully, and he hoped that there were good news for him. Hu Yi hesitated himself before replying slowly. I've searched the entire Guilin city. There is no news about his parents. I'm afraid they might already be dead. In the nearby vicinity, only Guilin city had some form of stability. If there was no news in Guilin city, then the chances of getting any news in the surrounding villages would be even lesser, almost zero. Yu Zhong became somber. The fact that he could reunite with his parents was a huge blessing in itself. He could not possibly hope to find out the whereabouts of Qi Yang's parents as well. At this time, the lady pimp came back into the private room, as she revealed a teasing smile at Hu. Boss Hu, these are some new goods we just recently obtained. They are definitely untouched. Take a look, who would suit your tastes. 6 ladies who were on the skinny side and had sallow faces stood beside the lady pimp. There was nothing too attractive about them. Hui laughed. Bro, you choose first. Yu Zhong eyed the 6 of them and declined. There's no need. Hui glanced at the 6 women and grinned before waving his hands in a boss-like manner towards the lady pimp. Right. They're all subpar, comparable to those cronies you have outside. You're all dismissed. Don't ruin the mood for us. Yes, boss, the lady pimp replied, and hurriedly led the 6 women away from here. There's not a single good lady here. While there are a few good-looking ones, they've all been toyed with countless times already. I know you don't like those, so I didn't call them over. Hu Yi explained to Yu Zhong as he looked towards the dance floor and grinned at Yu Zhong. Bro, want to head over there and have some fun? Those chicks are not bad. They're hot and can really dance. Whoever catches your eye, just let me know. This is my turf. As long as I say the word, they would definitely abide by your wishes. Yu Zhong glanced at the dance floor before furrowing his brows and looked at Hu Yi and became stern. Little leopard, is fooling about with women all you can think about nowadays? If you continue to be like this, how are you different from those underground hooligans and scum? Hui glanced at Yu Zhong and laughed bitterly. Brother, your words are truly unpleasant. Am I not a hooligan, a scum of the street already? Chapter 398, Gao Minghao. Chapter 398, Gao Minghao. Book 3, The South. Yu Zhong became silent again, before sighing lightly. He had joined the Green Bamboo Gang, and was conferred the court leader status. From a moral standpoint, he could be considered as a huge hooligan, a degenerate. Yu Zhong looked at Hu Yi and said, Give me the details about the strength of the Green Bamboo Gang. Hu Yi became alarmed as he looked at Yu Zhong and asked slowly, Bro, what are you thinking of doing? Yu Zhong's pupils shrunk, and he stared fixedly at Hu Yi. I want to destroy Green Bamboo Gang. Are you going to help me, or going against me? Yu Zhong had been best friends with Hu Yi, Qiang, and the rest, but the human heart was susceptible to change. He was not sure how much of a bond still existed between this best friend from those years ago and him. Hu Yi looked at Yu Zhong in a grieved manner and said, Bro, the leader of Green Bamboo Gang, Gao Minghao, is my benefactor. I can't betray him. If you really want to destroy the Green Bamboo Gang, I can only choose not to help either sides. And don't tell me what you're about to do. Even if you succeed, all I ask is for you to spare Gao Minghao's life. Hu Yi had exchanged blows with Yu Zhong and could tell Yu Zhong's prowess. He had known Yu Zhong for so many years and knew that underneath that calm and collected exterior, there was a bloodthirsty nature. Back then, there were a few seniors who had spoken out of line and made Chun-Li cry. Yu Zhong had then snuck into the hostel that very night and used his fist to pummel the head of that senior, causing him to be hospitalized and required 3 stitches. If it wasn't for Chun-Li's dad and his connections, Yu Zhong could have been expelled for his violent behavior then. Yu Zhong looked at Hu Yi and assured him with a smile, Fine, I'll promise you that. If I do exterminate the Green Bamboo Gang, I will leave Gao Minghao alone. Yu Zhong knew that Hu Yi was extremely loyal and when it had fought in group fights in the past, while he was trembling for fear, without a word from Yu Zhong, who he had never ran away on his own before. Gratitude must be repaid, and vengeance must be carried out. This was the sort of man that Yu Zhong befriended and valued. He would naturally not make things difficult for this brother of his. He heaved a sigh of relief and offered, "Bro, it's not like the enmity is beyond salvageable. Why not let me mediate between both sides?" On one side, there was his brother for life. On the other was the boss that had trusted him and given him a new lease of life after the apocalypse. He wasn't willing to let these two come to a clash. Yu Zhong looked at Yi and replied with a proposition of his own. "And that's fine. On account that it's you, I'm willing to take a step back." "Oh yeah, little leopard, you want to come over to my side and help me? I have a base at Hunan with over 100,000 survivors and a regiment of troops. If you come over now and earn some merits, I can give you a good position." Although he had picked up the bad habits of the underground, he was still someone Yu Zhong could trust. If he came over, as long as he performed, Yu Zhong would reward him accordingly. He became excited. 100,000 survivors. Amazing. You never disappoint, brother. But I'm currently still indebted to Gao Minghao and can't go over there in the short term. Once I performed enough, I will definitely join you. Yu Zhong did not press the matter further, and directly gave him a snake birth fruit juice and Ming version 1, saying, "Suit yourself. The one on the left can help a person become an evolver. However, when you consume it, you will be incapacitated for a day. Find a quiet place to drink it, keep the location secret, or get someone to keep watch over you. The one on the right can help evolve any skill of an enhancer above level 30 into a second-order skill. Drinking it also causes an entire day's worth of discomfort. You handle it yourself." He received the 2 precious medicine and laughed, directly consuming the snake birth fruit juice. "Thanks, bro. Haha, I knew bro would not neglect me. With these 2 babies, I'm invincible. Bro, I'd have to trouble you to protect me." The moment the contents entered his abdomen, it transformed into a hot surge of energy and circulated within Yi's body, causing him to pass out and burn with a fever. Yu Zhong looked at the unconscious Yi and laughed bitterly, before hoisting him up onto his back and left the nightclub. Yu Zhong carried Yi back to his own place, and when Ningli saw it, she frowned. "Yu Zhong, isn't that Yi? He's a member of that green bamboo gang. They are not decent people. Don't follow suit." Yuming had just arrived home as well. He glanced at the unconscious Yi and said solemnly, "Lay him in the room first, then we'll talk." Yu Zhong then proceeded to drop Yi in his room before coming out to the living room and sat down. Yu Ming spoke seriously. "There's sense in your mum's words, but they're not entirely correct. You and Yi can be considered to be childhood friends. However, under no circumstances should you join that underground group. Joining those groups will ruin your future." Yu Ming had a very traditional mindset and viewed those gangs with contempt and would definitely not allow his own child to join those places. Yu Zhong nodded, and "I got it." Yu Zhong was not planning on joining the triads. In fact, if they weren't smart enough to get the hint, he didn't mind exterminating them. Early the next morning, Yu Zhong had just stepped out of his home. A suave-looking young man of about 27, 28, dressed entirely in white, sporting a short hairdo and eyes filled with intellect, walked up to Yu Zhong. He smiled and said, "How do you do, Yu Zhong? I'm Gao Minghao." Yu Zhong returned the greeting as he looked at the handsome man, his eyes narrowing. "Hey, Yu Zhong here." Gao Minghao gestured to one side and asked, "Is it okay if I have a moment of your time?" Yu Zhong nodded and followed Gao Minghao toward a small stall, and they sat down. Gao Minghao eyed Yu Zhong as he smiled with a vibrant charm. "Yesterday's matters. I need to give an answer to my men." Yu Zhong's eyes flashed, and he replied indifferently, "So are you here to kill me?" In this world, human life was cheap. Someone could lose his life over the simplest bun, not to mention for the sake of resolving a conflict. Gao Minghao smiled. "You and Hui are good friends. He is my most trusted subordinate. I don't want to make things difficult for him. But at the same time, I need to seek some redress for my men. Why not join us? As long as you perform some merit, I'll handle Green Scorpion and the rest. Yu Zhong glanced at Gao Minghao and directly declined. No way. I will not join the Green Bamboo Gang. Gao Minghao frowned a little, and things might be a little difficult then. However, he soon smiled and said, "Oh right, our Green Bamboo Gang just discovered a Type 3 mutant beast. We're preparing to go deal with it. Yu Zhong, if you're willing to lend us a hand, all the matters will be considered solved. Also, you won't be working for free. We'll offer the necessary compensation. How about it? Type 3 mutant beast. The Green Bamboo Gang actually dares to face a Type 3 mutant beast. Their guts are sure something." When he heard this news, Yu Zhong was shaken, and he took a careful look at Gao Minghao, his pupils shrinking. A Type 2 mutant beast was fearsome enough, and the hides of Type 2 mutant beasts were enough to withstand even the rounds from 25mm cannons. As strong as Yu Zhong is, he had no confidence that he could deal with a Type 3 all by himself. Yu Zhong thought carefully before agreeing. Sure, I'm in, but I want to share the blood essence, the beast meat, brain matter, and nuclei from the Type 3 mutant beast. Gao Minghao shook his head and rejected. The blood essence is ours. Other than that, the hide, bones, blood, and meat are ours as well. However, if you contribute more strength, then we can share the hide, bones, blood, and meat with you. Great! Yu Zhong immediately agreed with the suggestion. He had seen a number of Type 2 mutant beasts already, but as for a Type 3, he had only seen one once, and it had teleported him to Vietnam. He did want to hunt a Type 3 with these people. It's a deal then. 4 days later, I'll send someone to notify you. Gao Minghao chuckled and stood up to leave. Yu Zhong thought silently to himself. Seems like I need to reconsider my plans for the Green Bamboo Gang. After a while, Yu Zhong managed to find his back to Mu Xiangling's place. At this time on the bed, there was a beautiful housewife of about 27, 28 who was lying, her hair black and lush, her skin shining with a luster, and her features exquisite. In front of that housewife, Mu Xiangling was gripping her hand tightly, not letting go. "Mr. Yu Zhong, you're here. How are you? I'm Xiangling. I'm Xiangling's mother." The housewife saw Yu Zhong and struggled to get up, as she looked straight at Yu Zhong, her eyes showing a resolute gaze. "I've heard everything between you and Xiangling yesterday. Please let Xiangling go. She's still young." Yu Zhong's pupils shrunk, and his tone became incredibly cold. "You guys are trying to renege on the deal." At that instant, 2 sharp bone blades extended out from White Bone's body, and in an instant, the blades appeared at the necks of the mother-daughter pair. With a single order from Yu Zhong, it would immediately decapitate the 2 of them. Yu Zhong stared coldly at Xiangling, saying, "Miss Xiangling, I gave your daughter the choice yesterday. At that point, she had the option to decline. Now you guys have used my evolving medicine and want to back out. I'm sorry then. Even if it's a waste, you guys will have to die. You wasted my damn medicine." Chapter 399, Level 5 Skill Divine Speed. Chapter 399, Level 5 Skill Divine Speed. Book 3, The South. If Yu Zhong was to just toss his precious snake birth fruit juice that could easily evolve a person outside, it would cause a mayhem. Such an important resource was used up, and now Yu Zhong was about to gain nothing from its expenditure. His anger naturally hit the roof. Mu Xiangling cried out shrilly as she ignored the incredibly sharp bone blade, while staring fixedly at Yu Zhong and pleaded, "No, don't harm my mom. Yu Zhong Gij, don't hurt my mom. I didn't renege on the promise. I'm not going back on my word. I will be your doll. Just please, don't hurt my mom." Xiangling looked at Yu Zhong with a clear expression, and she did not panic in the face of danger. Instead, she spoke clearly. "Mr. Yu Zhong, I'm not saying that we will go back on our word. My meaning is, I'm willing to replace Xiangling to be your toy. Whatever your command, I will not disobey. It's just that Xiangling is currently still too young. I implore you to be patient for a few more years. Let her grow up before becoming of service to you. Yuzhong looked back at her, seeing that she was resolute and clear about her decision. He waved his hands, and White Bones retracted its sharp bone blades. Yuzhong then directly asked Xiangling, I had initially agreed to help her because she was intelligent and filial. She would become a capable person in the future. Your worries are unfounded, as I have no shortage of women. You should be an evolver now. Tell me your attributes and awakened abilities. Xiangling heaved a sigh of relief inwardly. Although she had portrayed a calm exterior, she was truly terrified in her heart. After evolving, her senses had become more acute, and she could tell that Yuzhong was genuinely about to kill them earlier. This man in front of her was obviously resolute and decisive, even ruthless if he had to be. I'm an agility-based evolver. Strength, 8, agility, 25, vitality, 9, stamina, 8, spirit, 11, endurance, 10. I have awoken the second order level 5 skill, divine speed. Second order level 5 skill, divine speed. The skill is a mutation of the second order level 4 high speed movement skill. Activation requires 20 stamina, increasing agility by 120 points. Upon activation, stamina would decrease by 5 points every second. Enhancing this skill requires 3 skill points. When Yuzhong heard this, his face couldn't help but change, and a hint of excitement appeared in his eyes. What? Second order level 5 skill. When most ordinary people administer the snake birth fruit juice, they would awaken an ability. Most of the time, it was a level 3 or level 2 skill. Xiangling was the only person Yuzhong had encountered who had actually awoken a second order level 5 skill. Why? Could it because of that illness? Yuzhong was wondering about the possibilities as he celebrated inwardly. This sort of miraculous mutation, it could either be Xiangling was a true genius, or that the illness she was suffering from had a beneficial effect when interacting with the snake birth fruit juice. Regardless of the truth, Xiangling had become an abnormally strong expert. Once she had enough stamina to use this overpowered ability, her speed would easily overtake Yuzhong. Yuzhong stared at Xiangling and spoke solemnly. Very good, Xiangling, from now on, you're my subordinate. From today, you will have to fight for me with your life. Are you willing? Xiangling immediately got down from the bed, as she got down on one knee, announcing her loyalty. Master, from today onwards, Xiangling is your slave. Whatever your orders, I will definitely carry them out without bargain or complaint. Xiangling wished to use her own loyalty and diligence to protect her precious daughter. Xiangling panicked and hugged Xiangling as she pleaded with Yuzhong, Mama, don't be like this. Yuzhong Gidge, on account of our previous transaction, my mom will only be your subordinate. I'm your doll and toy. My mom is not your slave at all. Xiangling's brows creased, as her face fell and she reprimanded, Xiangling, be obedient, otherwise I'll get angry. When Xiangling was lectured by Xiangling like this, she became obedient. She had always been respectful, fearful yet loving of her mother. She had ignored all threats to herself and wasn't afraid of someone as strong as Yuzhong. But the moment Xiangling's temper switched, Xiangling would become like a docile kitten. Yuzhong looked at Xiangling and reassured her. Xiangling, there's no need for this. Your ability and potential is high, so I hope to mold you into a powerful general under my command in the future. As long as you work hard and stay loyal to me, I will not harm you nor Xiangling. Xiangling's latent potential was truly strong, and once she grew, her speed would become the best amongst the top warriors under Yuzhong's command. Yuzhong also hoped for this strong evolver to continue fighting for him with her heart, instead of being antagonistic. Xiangling was still gentle, yet firm. Yes, master. Yuzhong saw the Xiangling was set on being like this, and decided not to press the issue, instead taking out a bunch of mostly basic agility-based system equipment. Yu Zhong gifted them to her, saying, "These are all god and devil equipment. You are to wear them and take them off as little as possible." Equipment was always of utmost import *1 to a warrior, and a good set of equipment could boost the combat ability of any otherwise mediocre warrior. If Yu Zhong was to remove everything he wore on his person, his combat ability would decrease by more than half. "Thank you, Master, for your gifts." Xiangling received the equipment graciously and immediately wore them. After equipping the gear, she could feel herself becoming exponentially stronger than before. Xiangling saw her mother putting on those equipment and ran up to Yu Zhong rather enviously. She used her huge eyes to look at Yu Zhong while hugging one of his arms and pouting. "Biased. Yu Zhong, gid, you're biased. How can you give only Mum the good stuff? Where's mine?" Every single piece of equipment was traded in tons on the market. Xiangling was like a Scrooge whose eyes lit up at the sight of these equipment and wanted them for herself as well. *2. Yu Zhong pinched her tiny nose and chuckled. "You're also not going to be on the front lines. What would you do with them?" Xiangling slapped his hands away and crunched up her face. "Don't pinch my nose. I'll become ugly if you do that." Xiangling was intelligent and could tell that after his anger had subsided, Yu Zhong was actually very easygoing and warm and dared to tease and openly laugh together with him. Xiangling looked at her only daughter lovingly. Her daughter was her pride and joy, and was her sole raison d'etre now. *3. She would do whatever it takes for Xiangling. Yu Zhong eyed the room and said, "This place is not suitable for living. Follow me." Although this room was kept clean by the little girl and was simple, Yu Zhong wanted to gather his subordinates together in case they were ambushed by enemies. Xiangling and her daughter had to leave here. They were quick to catch on and hurriedly packed up their simple belongings. Taking one last longing look at their home, they then followed Yu Zhong to leave. Yu Zhong brought Xiangling and Xiangling as he followed some markings toward a small road and finally came to an apartment. "Boss!" Within the room, the 30-plus experts that Yu Zhong had brought from Tianqing district stood up and greeted him. Yu Zhong had agreed that upon entry into Guilin City, they were to call him boss. "They're all experts." Xiangling looked at the 30-something total warriors and could feel the intense aura and fighting intent emitting from them. After becoming an evolver, Xiangling had become much more perceptive. Xiangling looked at the warrior and piped in sweetly, "Fellow big brothers. Hi, I'm Xiangling." Bai Shaoxing looked at the pretty Xiangling with her ponytail, and his eyes widened in shock. "Boss, where did you get such a high-quality lowly? Don't tell me you really are." Yu Zhong shot Bai Shaoxing a withering look, and Bai Shaoxing trembled, the word Lulikan dying in his throat. He was not an idiot, and did not want to infuriate Yu Zhong over this little matter. Ning Yusin stood to one side as she gazed at the mother-daughter pair quietly, her eyes gleaming with a complicated light. The rest of the warriors looked at them curiously before directing their gazes back to Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong gathered everyone before asking directly, "We've already entered Guilin City. As for the next step, I would like to hear everybody's opinions." In Kaishan immediately piped up, "Boss, it's not looking too good. There are too many people here, and Du Shanqiong's forces are everywhere, sadly. Setting our forces side by side, we pale too much in comparison." Guilin City was considered huge, and in terms of fighting experience and combat power, they were more than the forces of Beimingyang back in Tianqing district. Even the Heaven Sect would have been wiped out facing Du Shanqiong's army. Yu Zhong had only brought 30-plus of them here. Even if every one of them were experts, they could not possibly swallow the entire Guilin City through their own efforts. Xiangling was quiet before speaking slowly. "Although our experts are top fighters, there are almost 900,000 people in Guilin City, and there are countless experts hidden here. If we were to make any strange movements, we would be quelled immediately." Hearing Xiangling's words, everyone turned somber. Guilin City was like a huge beast, and this little group of experts were at most ants to the experts of Guilin City. Previously, The reason why Yuzhong could take 30-plus experts to swallow Heaven's Sect was because he had waited for the opportunity when Heaven's Sect and the other power had clashed. Otherwise, facing Heaven's Sect by himself would also have been almost impossible. Guilin City possessed a force more than 10 times stronger than the Heaven's Sect. Wanting to easily take it over was simply out of the question. Yuzhong smiled lightly. Don't think too much. We're not taking it over. We can conduct business with them, or work in tandem with them to fight the zombies and mutant beasts. In fact, there's no real need to go against them, as long as we can come and go whenever. If Yuzhong wanted to truly take over Guilin City, he would have to activate all his forces to attack, and it would be at the cost of countless lives. However, by taking a step back, even if he didn't attack them, Yuzhong would still be able to gain what he wanted by dealing in transactions. The majority of the inhabitants in Guilin City was Chinese, and the governor wasn't a racist like Wei and Hong. Yuzhong could not just use all sort of methods against his fellow Chinese military men like how he did against the Vietnamese. Hearing Yuzhong's words, everyone relaxed. Of course, they didn't have to take over Guilin City. Both sides could legitimately conduct transactions to the benefit of both parties. It was just that they were used to Yuzhong having taken over any territory he came across. This caused them to assume that Yuzhong wanted Guilin City as well. Bai Xiaosheng then asked casually, "Boss, what do you intend to do?" Bai Xiaosheng did not like racking his brains, and his mind was only filled with women. Hence, although he had high talent and was strong, he could only become a fighter and never a leader. Yuzhong replied solemnly, "We need to establish some kind of solid foothold here in Guilin City. I'm intending to set up the Greenstone Triad. You guys will be the forces of our Greenstone Triad. There are numerous survivors leading harsh lives at Carp Street. Xiangling, go get 300 people from there to join our triad. We will cover their meals. On top of that, issue them half a gene of food every day as payment for members." In Guilin City, Yuzhong's forces could only exist as a triad for now. If he were to rapaciously *4 absorb people like a military force, they would definitely face resistance quickly. In Kaishan replied with a little anxiety, "Boss, recruiting 300 people is a little too much, isn't it? Our rations may not be enough." In this post-apocalyptic world, recruiting people was easy as long as one covered the meals. They could easily gain male survivors. However, to maintain the combat power and morale, it was a problem of consistent rations. If a faction ran out of rations, the survivors would then leave just like that. In Kaishan and the rest did not have any storage rings, and every one of them had just brought in a 100 gene of rations. If they wanted to sustain the feeding of 300 people, this amount was too little. Yuzhong threw 2 Tang replica swords to Zhang Mingyi and said, "I'll settle the issue of rations." Zhang Mingyi, go sell these 2 Tang replica swords. They should fetch about a few dozen tons of food. Use that to hang on to the new members' loyalty first. I'll handle what comes after. Yes, boss. Zhang Mingyi caught the 2 Tang replica swords and nodded towards Yuzhong. Chapter 400. Conflict at the Market. Chapter 400. Conflict at the Market. Book 3. The South. With Yuzhong's orders, Greenstone Triad quickly established itself in Guilin City. Xiangling easily recruited 300 male survivors from Carp Street. Zhang Mingyi then began the tough training of these 300 males and used the military ways he learned to whip the male survivors into shape. To outsiders, however, it was announced as militarized management. Even prior to the apocalypse, there were many jobs that required the military to oversee. After the apocalypse had set in, many factions had switched to using similar management methods, and thus, it didn't attract too much attention. 300 people was too small an amount to Guilin City that had almost 900,000 survivors. There were all sorts of factions within Guilin City, some nearing even thousands in their numbers. In Kaishan, Xiangling and Zhang Mingyi were different from Bai Xiaosheng and had decent leadership capabilities. Yuzhong only had to busy himself for a day when setting up the Greenstone Triad, and was free after that. Yuzhong Gij, let's go shopping. Mom and I have too little clothing. With Mu Xiangling's constant pleading, Yuzhong relented and brought her, Ning Yusin, and Xianjaro to the luxurious shopping center in Guilin City. With the stabilizing of society, most of the inhabitants in Guilin City had gotten over their initial panic and fear, and there were people window shopping and walking around in the mall. However, the crowd was much smaller than before the initial fall of society. Yuzhong led the three ladies into the shopping mall and instantly caught the attention of many people. So pretty. Che. 3 roses stuck on a pile of shit. Is that guy a lolicon? He must be. When Yuzhong's group strolled in the mall, they attracted countless envious and jealous gazes. Many men were currently hating Yuzhong in their hearts. 3 top beauties. If any ordinary person could get the attention of any one of them, it was already a huge blessing, but this guy actually had all 3 by his side. It was like being among stars, and they hated his good fortune. However, most of them were smart and did not dare step up to rile trouble. In this apocalyptic world, the moment there was conflict, sometimes a life would be just casually taken. Enhancers possessed huge ability, and there were cases of killings happening because some poor chaps had the ill fortune of offending strong enhancers. That's why, without finding out how powerful Yuzhong truly was, no one dared to step on his toes. Yuzhong Gij. Look, it's a bikini. Will I look good if I wear it? Mu Xiangling came to the swimwear section, and her eyes brightened as she grabbed a bikini and broke into a smile in front of Yuzhong. Yuzhong lightly knocked her forehead. You want to wear a bikini? You're still early by 5 years. Xianjaro reached out and grabbed Mu Xiangling's little hands, pulling her out of the swimwear section. Time to go. Xiangling, we're here to buy clothes, not swimwear. They came to the underwear section, and Mu Xiangling immediately grabbed a black hollow-revealing underwear and jumped in front of Yuzhong. She opened her hands as she pouted and blinked her eyes at Yuzhong, speaking softly. Hey, Yuzhong Gij, shall I change into this for you? Yuzhong felt his heart race at the misunderstanding as he balefully stared at Mu Xiangling while threatening her sternly. You little rascal, if you try and seduce me, I will spank your bottom. Mu Xiangling laughed like a little fox and stuck close to him as she blew into his ear. Hee. Yuzhong Gij, you're getting mad. I know, you must be agitated, right? Lolicon, pervert. If you want to hit, then just hit me. I'm your toy anyway. Yuzhong was also helpless against this little lowly, and naturally was not willing to punish her. His threat was also ineffective. In just 2 days, the intelligent Mu Xiangling had completely understood Yuzhong's temperament. As long as she did not touch his bottom line, regardless of how she teased, Yuzhong would not punish her. She would then try to take things further. Xianjaro saw Mu Xiangling harassing Yuzhong and sternly called out, Xiangling, come over here. Mu Xiangling did not dare to continue, and obediently went back to her mother's side, at the same time throwing the black underwear to the side, casually, yes, mama. Xianjaro looked at her daughter, who had suddenly switched to being obedient, and was a little angry and helpless at the same time. She was truly at her wit's end with this little bag of tricks, and each time she wanted to lecture her, she would remember how attentive and mature her daughter was when taking care of her, and thus she could not speak the words. Xianjaro took up a pair of white cotton underwear and told Mu Xiangling, go try this on. Mu Xiangling immediately scrunched up her face and complained, Mama, this type of underwear is so old-fashioned. No one wears these nowadays. It's not nice at all. Xianjaro's eyes narrowed, and her face turned wooden. I'll go get changed now. Mu Xiangling saw Xianjaro's expression and hurriedly dashed off after grabbing the cotton underwear. After seeing her daughter enter the changing room, Xianjaro then took a set that caught her eye and went into another changing room. On the other side, Ning Yusin had already chosen a set of clothes and had went to get changed as well. The moment the 3 ladies left, Yuzhong was left alone standing there, and he looked around with a bored expression. "Oh, isn't this Yu Zhong?" Right at this time, a familiar voice resounded. Yu Zhong turned to look and saw Gao Xiaoyan. She was wearing heavy makeup as well as a set of brand-name clothes. Beside her, there was a 23 or 24-year-old man who was slightly on the shorter side, and his looks were insignificant, but his expression was one of supreme arrogance. They were walking over to Yu Zhong. The short man, whose entire face seemed to be the epitome of pride, furrowed his brows as he asked Gao Xiaoyan, "Xiaoyan, you know this person?" Gao Xiaoyan glanced at Yu Zhong contemptuously, saying, "Zining, this is the guy I was telling you about, the Yu Zhong who would not stop bugging me. I've told him clearly, I have someone in mind. I wanted him to call off the arrangement our parents made, but he's pressuring my mother to force me to date him. What a lowly person." Lu Zining stepped forward and pointed at Yu Zhong as he threatened. "You're Yu Zhong? Gao Xiaoyan is my woman. You had better watch your damn self. If you keep harassing this daddy's woman, this daddy will break your limbs." Right at this moment, Ning Yusin walked up behind Yu Zhong and slipped her hands through his arm. She was currently dressed in a pure white dress, and her simple beauty was practically radiating. She spoke coldly. "Gao Xiaoyan, don't try to sell yourself. Yu Zhong is my boyfriend. Why would he harass you? Why don't you look at yourself in the mirror? You aren't worthy of him at all. Holy shit, what a beauty!" Lu Zining saw Ning Yusin standing beside Yu Zhong, and his eyes were about to pop out from their sockets. It was the first time he had encountered such a peerless beauty, and his lustful nature was snared instantly. Gao Xiaoyan looked Ning Yusin up and down, and saw her voluptuous figure, as well as flawless aura, and her eyes were about to spit fire from the jealousy building up. This was a woman that she could not compete with no matter how much makeup she wore, or how much she tried. Although Gao Xiaoyan was considered decent-looking, when compared with Ning Yusin, she was practically an ugly duck and was completely overshadowed. When Ning Yusin berated Gao Xiaoyan, she started trembling with anger and grabbed Lu Zining's arms. She used her breasts to press against him and complained, "Zining, she bullied me. You must help me. Get lost." Lu Zining turned to look at Gao Xiaoyan and suddenly felt that her makeup-heavy face was extremely repulsive, and he pushed her aside irritably before looking back at Yu Zhong with disdain. He smiled at Ning Yusin. "I'm Lu Zining, the son of Lu Xian, he who's the leader of the Yangtze gang. Beauty, following this useless Yu Zhong would not spell a good future for you. Come with me instead." Lu Zining continued to boast proudly. "My Yangtze gang has over 1,000 people, and we possess numerous experts. My father Lu Xian, he himself, is a level 39 enhancer. Almost nobody is his match here in Guilin City. In this city, both sides of the law would have to give my Yangtze gang face. What is this Yu Zhong? Isn't he just the son of some lowly government worker? I could play with his life with just lifting a single finger. Following him would bring you nothing. If you come with me, I will immediately arrange a position in the government for you. If you don't want to work, I can take care of you and find 20 people to serve you. Every month, you'll gain a ton of rations to spend, and I will love you my whole life." After the apocalypse, Lu Zining had used this line on countless women. Although it was tactless and extremely revolting, the underlying threat was real. Many pretty girls had no choice but to follow him in order to survive in this new world. Gao Xiaoyan saw Lu Zining trying to attract Ning Yusin over, and her face turned as pale as a sheet. At the beginning, she had followed him because he had power and money. However, now she was just tossed aside like garbage, and her heart was filled with hatred. Yu Zhong eyed Lu Zining and barked out coldly, "Scram!" Li Zining immediately flared up and stepped forward, intending to slap him viciously. "Fuck! You're looking for death, Yu Zhong." Lu Zining had been acting the oppressive tyrant in Guilin City, and was one of the 4 tyrants of Guilin City. Those who offended him were turned into corpses. Yu Zhong's brows creased slightly and grabbed his incoming right hand before his 6x strength exploded out, immediately breaking his right hand with an audible crunching noise. Chapter 401, Yangtze Gang. Chapter 401, Yangtze Gang. Book 3, The South. Help! Save me! Lu Zining screamed out in agony. Yu Zhong kicked out viciously, his foot connecting with Lu Zining's abdomen, sending him flying back into a clothes rack before he slumped to the floor. Young Master, right at this time, two enhancers who had decent levels charged forwards, helping Lu Zining up. Lu Zining was arrogant and despotic, and his father being worried that he might one day have his just desserts assigned for two experts to guard him. It was precisely because of the existence of these two. Lu Zining had not tasted hardship before. Lu Zining looked at his broken right hand and screamed out in madness, "My hand's broken! Kill him! Kill him! I'll bear all responsibilities. Bring his head here. Don't hurt the woman beside him. Capture her alive." "Yes, young master." The two experts exchanged a look as the gleam in their eyes turned dangerous and pulled out daggers from their shirts. They then shot towards Yu Zhong explosively. The weapons control in Guilin City was strict, and thus, fights between gangs usually involve only melee weapons. As long as anyone made use of firearms, it would be considered an act of revolt against the government, and the special forces, armed police, and army would all deploy and take down the threat. Therefore, unless it concerned the survival of the triad, no one was willing to risk using firearms. The only circumstance when guns were allowed was the hunting parties left the city to scavenge. Even then, each firearm would require a large number of ammunition and had to be left in the possession of guarantors. The moment something went wrong, these guarantors would be dragged down as well. Lastly, the most threatening weapons that could be loaned out were only the rifles. Heavy artillery weapons would never be issued. Yu Zhong took a step forward, reaching out his hands and easily grabbing the head of one of the experts. He swung viciously to the right, sending the expert right in the path of the other guard, and their heads smashed together violently before they crumpled to the ground. If Yu Zhong had not shown mercy, those two experts would have been killed already. "You want to kill me?" Yu Zhong's eyes blazed as he took slow steps towards Lu Zining. "Don't come over! Yu Zhong, don't come over!" Lu Zining saw the devil-like Yu Zhong nearing and became frantic as he scrambled backwards. At this time, 7 men came over and saw the pathetic appearance of Lu Zining as one of them came up to ask, his face bearing a knife scar. "Young Master Lu, what happened?" Lu Zining saw the scar-faced man and immediately shouted, "Good timing! Huang Weilai, go kill that man. Kill him. I will get my father to promote you immediately. I'll gift you 5 virgins and 20 tons of rations." "Yes, young master." Huang Weili was immediately hooked by that proposition as he got excited and raised his head to look towards Yu Zhong as he began to yell, "Which bastard? Young master you? My apologies. My apologies. Sorry. I deserve to die. I was a fool. Young master you, please have mercy and forgive my stupid mistake." The moment Huang Weili saw Yu Zhong, his expression changed, and he kneeled immediately, trembling as he pleaded. The 6 other subordinates of Huang Weili also had similar expressions as they knelt down at once. Back then, when Bai Xiaosheng wanted to silence them, his expression was extremely natural, obviously having silenced countless people before. They did not dare go against that group of people who easily wiped the village of zombies clean. Who is he exactly? Gao Xiaoyan looked at those people kneeling in front of Yu Zhong, and her heart was filled with shock and regret. "Bai Xiaosheng," Yu Zhong called out indifferently. "Boss, what's the matter?" His voice had just resounded when Bai Xiaosheng suddenly appeared in front of everybody, and other than Yu Zhong, no one knew where he appeared from. Seeing Bai Xiaosheng, Huang Weili and his group became even more terrified. This man was numb to killing, his methods ruthless, and his ability shockingly high. If they had acted against Yu Zhong earlier, they would have become a pile of corpses. Yu Zhong pointed at Lu Zining, Huang Weili, and the rest. "Yangtze gang wants to lay a hand on me. Since it's like this, let's take them down. Go bring some men and kill them." Since our greenstone triad is about to make its debut, we will need a stepping stone to bring us into the limelight. Let Yangtze gang fill that role. This is the Lu Zining, the son of the leader Lu Xianhe. Bring these 6 men with you. They should know loads about Yangtze gang. Bai Xiaosheng became excited and replied, Hee hee. Great. Cooping up at home these past few days have been so boring. My bones have become rigid. Oh yes, after we take down the Yangtze gang, if there are any women, give me 1 or 2, okay, boss? I'm almost bored to death. Although Bai Xiaosheng was lustful and indulged in the company of beauties and hated complications, as an evolver, his blood was also filled with the thirst of battle. Other than having sex, only fighting and killing could give him the same adrenaline. Don't you have to get going by now? Yu Zhong raised his eyebrow at Bai Xiaosheng. Yes, boss. Bai Xiaosheng shot forwards and kicked out at Lu Zining's head, causing him to faint. Bai Xiaosheng grabbed Lu Zining's hair and dragged him like a dead dog as he turned to face Huang Weili and the rest, commanding in a cold tone, Those who don't wish to die at my hands, come with me. Huang Weili and the rest felt their body shiver as they stood up and followed by Xiaosheng docilely. Mu Xiangling came to Yu Zhong's side and had a curious look. Yu Zhong Gij, are we about to fight? Xiangling looked at Yu Zhong with a resolute expression. Master, this battle, let this slave fight for you. Yu Zhong declined immediately. No, your current level is only 1. It's not time for you to join in battles yet. Although Xiangling had huge potential as an agility-based evolver and had gained some equipment from Yu Zhong, causing her stats to be almost the same as a level 20 enhancer, her combat experience was simply too low. If she were to face off against those enhancers, she would definitely lose. Hearing Yu Zhong reject it, Xiangling did not press the issue further. Gao Xiaoyan looked at the pure and elegant-looking Ning Yusin, as well as the absolutely charming and mature Xiangling, and her eyes were filled with endless jealousy. Those 2 absolute beauties were existences she herself would never be able to compete with, and Yu Zhong had gained their approval. On top of that Bai Xiaosheng had appeared. The expressions and behavior of Huang Weili and the rest had shown her clearly that Yu Zhong was not simply just the son of a lowly civil servant. Let's go. Yu Zhong brought the 3 ladies out, without so much as glancing at Gao Xiaoyan. Gao Xiaoyan opened her mouth to say something, but the words got stuck in her throat as her eyes turned red and she started wailing in anger and hatred. Yangtze gang was one of the biggest triad in Guilin City, with about 1,000 people under them. There were about 100+ of them who were actual expert fighters as well. They had carved out a living for themselves engaging in black market dealings, and they earned a huge amount of ration tickets each day. In a lush nightclub within the Yangtze gang's territory, Lu Xianhe was currently bellowing in rage. What? Zining had been abducted? Which bastard has such guts and actually dares to abduct my son? One of the smaller leaders, Li Qin, replied solemnly, It's the Greenstone Triad. Young master was abducted by them. There's a high-ranking leader in there called Yu Zhong, and he's the son of a small civil servant. Li Qin was usually in charge of gathering intel, and the moment Lu Zining was captured, he heard of it quickly and sent people out to investigate. Lu Xianhe roared out in anger, Greenstone Triad? I want you all in hell. Every dragon had a reverse scale, which could not be touched. Lu Zining was Lu Xianhe's reverse scale. Whoever touched his only son, he would never let the person go. Right at this time, an ordinary Yangtze gang hooligan came running into the room pathetically. Boss, someone came to mess with us. The various guards have all been killed. The moment the hooligan just pushed open the door, the flash of a blade appeared by his neck, and his head was sent flying, landing on the floor as fresh blood spurted all over the place. At almost the same time, a gunshot rang out, and before Li Qin had even caught sight of the intruder, there was a bullet hole between his brows as he crumpled lifelessly to the floor, killing Li Qin and the hooligan within a breath. Bai Xiaosheng walked in as he smiled in an extremely terrifying manner at Lu Xianhe. You must be the leader of the Yangtze gang. I'm Bai Xiaosheng, one of the elders of the Greenstone Triad. Today I shall use your head to exchange for 2 beauties with my boss. Lucien he stared back at by Xiangling with an extreme chill in his eyes as he asked solemnly, I'm Lucien he? Our Yangtze gang and your Greenstone Triad never had any conflicts. Why the sudden clash? Bai Xiaoxing's body disappeared in a flash and appeared behind Lucien he in an instant as a blade came rushing down towards Lucien he's head. Simple. You being alive is a threat to us. So you have to die. Old fogey, I'll let you live for a few seconds more. You should be appreciative of that. Lucien he pressed a button under his table, and the chair he was on immediately retracted. At the same time, a pressure weighed down on by Xiaoxing, causing his speed to slow significantly. Lucien he stared at by Xiaoxing, and his eyes were filled with venom. Greenstone Triad. Yu Zhong. By Xiaoxing. I will remember you guys. This time, as long as I'm alive, I will definitely not let you guys have an easy life. I will hunt you down and cause you to live forever in fear of my coming retribution. Chapter 402, Counterattack. Chapter 402, Counterattack. Book 3, The South. There was a secret rail mechanism below Lu Xianhe's chair, and it would allow him to escape from this place. That is why you must die. Following a fierce growl, a sharp spike came shooting out from the ground, piercing Lu Xianhe's entire body like a giant bloody meat skewer. Lu Xianhe's eyes flashed with resentment as he spat a mouth of blood out. Resentfully, he stared at the sharp spike that had come bursting out of the ground. Bai Xiaoxing swung his blade casually and chopped off Lu Xianhe's head. The floor of the building split as Chun Shingang appeared with the support of a rock pillar, and he gazed at the headless corpse and asked, This is Lu Xianhe. Bai Xiaoxing kicked the head of Lu Xianhe and coldly replied, Yep, I'll leave the cleanup to you. Chun Shingang took a glance at the 3 dead bodies before stepping on the ground hard. The earth split open and swallowed up the 3 corpses. With Lu Xianhe's death, the entire Yangtze gang soon fell apart. The majority of the gang members were absorbed by men brought by Yu Zhong, and those who resisted were immediately killed and buried. At the end, only a dozen other core members who were out searching for resources managed to escape the ordeal. Within Guilin City, such matters between triads were extremely normal and frequent. In this apocalyptic world, as long as a strong and capable enhancer served as the backbone, a triad could be quickly formed. However, Yangtze Gang was after all a huge triad with over 1,000 members and over 20 enhancers of at least level 20. Such a triad was actually annihilated, and it sent shockwaves throughout Guilin City. Over at the Green Bamboo Gang headquarters, a male came up to Gao Minghao's side and said slowly, Leader, Yangtze Gang was just taken down. Gao Minghao put down the book in his hands. As his eyes widened with shock, Tang Shi. Who did it? Tang Shi replied solemnly. It was the Greenstone Triad. Tang Shi continued softly. Who the leader is, no one knows. It is only known that amongst their upper echelons, there's a Yu Zhong. Those who actually went to massacre the headquarters were these guys called by Xiaoxing, In Kaishan, and Chen Shangang. Those who saw them act were all killed. And as for their abilities, other than by Xiaoxing being extremely fast, the rest are unknown. But it's certain that they're all high-level enhancers. Gao Minghao sighed as his fingers touched the tabletop gingerly. Yu Zhong, right? Seems like another hungry wolf has appeared in our Guilin City. Tang Shi asked in a low voice. Leader, shall we touch him? Gao Minghao shook his head. There's no need. The Yangtze Gang wasn't easy to annihilate. They had taken it down just like that. There would be others who would naturally act. There's no need for us to move. After absorbing the Yangtze Gang, Yu Zhong's Greenstone Triad doubled in size overnight and became a huge triad that had over 1,000 people. The main backbone of the group was still only the 30-plus trustworthy enhancers that he brought in. However, the intel and reach he had within Guilin City had naturally increased by a very large degree. Within 2 days of taking over Yangtze Gang, groups of policemen charged into the various ex-Yangtze gangs' territory and conducted raids. Any gambling dens, restaurants, bars, or entertainment spots were subjected to the raids, and business was affected. Over 200 members of the Greenstone Triad were arrested and thrown in jail after being charged with various offenses. Yuzhong just brought the upper echelons of the Greenstone Triad to hide and wait out the storm, not squaring off against the police in Guilin City. However, with this decision, the Greenstone Triad that he formed lost faith and almost collapsed immediately. The glorious Golden Jade was a 5-star hotel in Guilin City, and every night it would be lit up with countless lights, and cars would be in and out of the place. In this apocalyptic world, even though fuel was precious and the rental of vehicles was expensive, the number of luxurious cars here was still staggering. Within a smoke-filled lavish room, a suave-looking middle-aged man with golden hair and dressed in a black suit was currently toasting a fat old man opposite him, who was flanked on either sides by 15, 16-year-old girls, as he said. "This time, it's truly thanks to you, Superintendent Dan. We could clear up the poison that is Greenstone Triad, thanks to your help. Here, I shall toast you." The golden-hair male with a sturdy and suave look was called Mali Tai, and he was an elder of the Freemasons, one of the 4 big triads in Guilin City. The Hong Triad here was different from the one in Vietnam, as it was a coincidence that they both had the same name. The name Hong Triad was powerful and distinct, and many wildly ambitious underground people had chosen the same name when establishing their own triads. Asterisk 1. The Yangtze Gang was a subsidiary group of the Hong Triad. If the forces were to combine, Hong Triad could be considered to have over 10,000 people. To prevent the government from clamping down on them, they had chosen to separate their forces and convert the remaining into subsidiaries. The Yangtze Gang was one such subsidiary, incidentally, also their biggest one. The old fat man with the protruding belly was precisely Dan Hong, the superintendent of Xiangling district. As the Xiangling district was flourishing and had high human traffic, the director that was sent from there had a sizable amount of power as well. Dan Hong happened to be the trusted aide of the mayor of Guilin City, Xiangling, and in another few months, he would be able to become the deputy director of the Public Security Bureau. Within the police force, he had huge presence and influence. The fat Dan Hong reached for the skirt of the girl younger than his son with his pudgy hands and touched her inappropriately as he replied with a bureaucratic air, "That Greenstone Triad dares to open up gambling dens and engage in prostitution, trading underage children, such heinous crimes. As government officials, we are honor-bound and rightfully due to deal with these despicable sort of illegal groups." Beside Dan Hong, there was a bespectacled man of about 26 or 27 who chuckled lightly at Dan Hong's words before speaking. "That's right. Superintendent Dan, I implore you to officially announce an arrest warrant for Yuzhong by Shaosheng, in Kaishan, and Chunshenggang. We must get rid of these hooligans and retain peace and security in Guilin City." The young man was Mali Tai's trusted aide and General Xiangling Hong. He was a crafty individual with cunning ideas, and was known to others as the bespectacled snake. The moment the police force were to issue that warrant, then Yu Zhong and the other 3 would become enemies of the entire Guilin City. They would be forced to live underground, and the Greenstone Triad would become the target for the cleanup of the government. Dan Hong replied with disinterest, "This, I would still need to go back and discuss with the leader." Dan Hong was extremely clear on these sort of games. If he were to really issue that warrant, he would become the target of these 4 high-level enhancers. By then, it was either the death of Yu Zhong and the rest, or he would be killed by them. Regarding high-level enhancers, unless it was to a non-salvageable situation, the police force would not just casually force them into a corner as well. The moment they did that, the government special forces would step in and annihilate these offenders at all cost. Hence, if one wanted to point their fingers at the enhancers, there had to be concrete proof of their negative effect on society. Only then could the warrant be issued. Any warrants issued for the arrest of enhancers required the approval of the higher ministers within the government. As a superintendent of the police force, Dan Hong was allowed to arrest them, but if it was discovered that he had a hand in the shady dealings, then he could forget about everything in his career. Dan Hong could deploy the police to capture Yu Zhong's men, but he could not casually issue the warrant of arrest of the enhancers. Since this would affect his livelihood, he naturally wasn't as interested. Xiangling Hong chuckled and handed over a check over. Superintendent Dan, as long as you settle this for us, this would be yours. Dan Hong glanced at the check, and his heartbeat quickened. The figure on the check was 1,000 tons of rations. Dan Hong's monthly salary was only 100 gene of rations. To get 1,000 tons of ration, he would have to slog for at least 1,000 years. This 1,000 tons of rations was comparable to 1 billion RMB prior to the apocalypse, if not more. He had seen a number of ration tickets and knew that this was real. Xiangling Hong clapped twice, and a beautiful lady in revealing clothes pushed a metal cage into the room, and within the cage, there were two girls who looked exactly the same, both wearing white dresses, their ages about 11 or 12. The moment Dan Hong saw the twins inside the cage, he inhaled sharply, and excitement could be seen in his eyes. He liked such arrangements, and the two girls inside the cage were the best he had ever seen. Xiangling Hong stared fixedly at Dan Hong, who had a beast-like expression, and chuckled. Superintendent Dan, as long as you help us once, this pair of twins would be yours. They're still virgins. No man had ever touched them. I think you must like them a lot. Dan Hong licked his lips and kept the check in his pocket, his eyes fixed on the twins like an excited hunter, saying, "Good. I'll promise you. Send them to my room." Molly Tai looked at Dan Hong with contempt and laughed coldly. He had seen plenty of such lustful perverts. The Hong triad had taken in many such beauties, and had set them aside as gifts to various governing officials. As long as Dan Hong accepted the twins, he could control Dan Hong, and naturally, Dan Hong would become his dog. One Hong, triad member, suddenly burst into the room, reporting to Molly Tai, "Elder, Yu Zhong is here. He's currently inside our casino." "Yu Zhong? Why would he be here?" Molly Tai's expression changed, and immediately stood up to go to the security room. Inside the casino of the glorious Golden Jade, there were people bustling everywhere, as gamblers gathered and excited engaged in different tables, waving chips and dealing cards. In any era, as long as there was stability, gambling would occur. The gamblers were here to bet and win money, but more so to release the stress and fear of the uncertain future. Yu Zhong brought Ning Yusin and walked into this casino, and most of the gamblers here were already feverish, not noticing them. Ning Yusin grabbed Yu Zhong's arm, as she looked around at the people with a crazed expression in their eyes, and frowned. "Why are we here? Yu Zhong, you will lose 9 out of 10 times. Don't pick up this bad habit." Yu Zhong laughed indifferently, and went to a table which bet only on small, big *2, and threw chips that he had exchanged for 100 tons of rations onto the table, coldly calling out, "I'm betting big. This time you must give me big. 100 tons. What a large sum. This guy has capital." He actually bet with 100 tons of ration off the bat. That chick beside him sure is pretty. A bunch of gamblers around Yu Zhong started engaging in discussion. Yu Zhong stared at the dealer, activating his art of fear. "Shake it. I need to win." A huge, oppressive spiritual attack overwhelmed the mind of the dealer, causing him to engulfed in an illusion. His hand shook as he tried to shake according to how he was trained before opening the dice cup, and the result made him feel like he was doused in a bucket of ice. Big. It was big. Damn it. This Brett sure has luck. If I had known, I would have bought big as well. At this side, all the gamblers exclaimed with regret upon witnessing the scene. Big. Yu Zhong continued, tossing the 200 tons equivalent of chips on big, before coldly staring at the dealer again. The poor dealer had no way of controlling himself as he tossed the body according to Yu Zhong's orders again. "It's big again. What the shit? How is this possible?" Those gamblers started getting excited, After Big had opened twice, this caused them to become excited. Continue Big. Yu Zhong kept his eyes on the dealer and exclaimed. The dealer just stood there like a frigid body and followed Yu Zhong's orders and shook another Big. Hot damn! Master, this is the god of gamblers. He definitely is the god of gamblers. God of gamblers, please accept me as your disciple. Those gamblers around Yu Zhong started to look at him with a look of reverence and admiration. Yu Zhong called out indifferently. Continue. Big. Big. I want Big as well. Most of the gamblers immediately threw their money on Big. The dealer again rolled the dice under Yu Zhong's orders, resulting in a Big. By now, the casino had lost 2,000 tons of food, and all the gamblers whooped in excitement. Continue Big. Yu Zhong's face did not change at all, as he commanded coldly. He wanted to make use of this dealer before he was swapped out. This time, all the gamblers had thoroughly admired Yu Zhong like he was a god, and threw all their money on Big as well. Some other gamblers came from the other tables as well to join in the fray. The dealer rolled a Big again under Yu Zhong's support. By this time, Yu Zhong had fleeced around 3,600 tons of rations worth of chips, and the rest of the gamblers had their gains as well. Chapter 403, Bringing Down the House. Chapter 403, Bringing Down the House. Book 3, The South. Wait a moment. Right at this moment, the manager of the casino came running forward, his face full of perspiration, and he brought a few security guards with him. What? Is your place not going to pay up after losing? Yu Zhong glanced at the manager and his security guards, barking out coldly while smirking. Fuck, this daddy had lost over a ton of ration tickets. I've just started to make back my loss, and you guys don't want to pay? I didn't say anything when I was losing. Now that your casino is losing, you want to ignore us. The various gamblers around Yu Zhong started to curse out loud, and the entire casino became tense. Yu Zhong hugged Ning Yusin close to him with one arm as he observed the events unfolding while smiling coldly. There was no need for him to act, and these gamblers who had just chanced on a windfall would automatically band together to make a ruckus. The manager glared at Yu Zhong and said in a solemn voice, Sir, I suspect that you're cheating. You must be an enhancer. This casino doesn't allow enhancers to gamble. I did not see any of such announcements anywhere. Your casino is obviously unwilling to pay up. Everyone, let's trash this place. We must snatch back our money. Yu Zhong laughed coldly before suddenly exploding out and kicked out explosively at the manager, causing him to fly back 6 to 7 meters, knocking a few tables over. After taking out the manager with a single kick, Yu Zhong shot forward and sent out a flurry of punches at the security guards, the punches so quick that only shadows could be seen. The guards were knocked back explosively, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. The moment Yu Zhong acted, the whole casino plunged into chaos, and screams rang out. Within the big hall, many tried to escape. Some gamblers who had lost terribly saw that no one was paying attention to them, and made a beeline for the chips exchange. They beat up the service staff before stealing those ration tickets and running for the exit in a frenzy. Right at this time, a burly young man with an eagle-like gaze and the snarl of a wolf came into the lobby floor with a number of subordinates as he barked out coldly, Who dares to cause trouble in my place? Are you tired of living? This fierce-looking young man was one of the 10 strongest fighters in Hong Triad. The Blade Demon Han Wen Li. His enhancement level reached 40, and he had killed a huge number of mutant beasts, zombies, as well as human opponents. The strongest fighter of the Green Bamboo Gang Wong, Wen Shun, was killed by him. *1. Yu Zhong glanced at Blade Demon Han Wen Li and issued an order coldly. Kill them all. White Bones, who had been posing as an ordinary gambler, suddenly launched its assault. 10 sharp bone spikes shot out from its body, aiming for Han Wen Li. Han Wei Li's vision and attention was fixed on Yu Zhong, and when he was ambushed by the sudden assault from White Bones, he was taken aback. However, he was after all still an expert that had been through countless battles, and he quickly condensed a few blade shadows to deal with the bone spears. After the sounds of metal clashing, the 10 bone spears were actually blocked by Han Weili. Pung! Just as Han Wenli managed to defend by a narrow margin, Yu Zhong had already pulled out his stinger and fired a shot at Han Weili's head. In that instant, Han Weili, who had expended his all to defend against the two of them, had his head blasted into smithereens as the ever-familiar red and white pulpy chunks splattered on the floor. As he fell, his lifeless body was instantly pierced by a bone spear. After penetrating Han Weili, the bone spear that was dyed red by the blood grew forward in a line and pierced through the subordinates that had followed in. In an instant, the dozens of Hong triad members found their bodies sliced in two as their innards and blood gushed out onto the floor. Blood-curdling, miserable, hair-raising screams resounded throughout the entire casino, both from the victims and bystanders. Witnessing the gruesome and terrifying scene, all the gamblers, dealers, and service staff felt intense fear and began to run for their lives. Ning Yusin looked on at the horrible plight of those Hong triad members, and her face turned paler than a sheet. It was the first time she was witnessing a one-sided fight of this level of cruelty. Yu Zhong shot a look at the security cameras and smirked, doing a cutthroat motion before following Ning Yusin and White Bones out of the place. Molly Tai watched the events through the security cameras and saw the countless corpses. His eyes filled with intense fury, and he screamed, "I will kill him! I want to kill him!" Dan Hong saw the numerous Hong triad members who had their lower bodies sliced off, and his heart was filled with regret as his fat body trembled. Xiangling Hong's brows creased gently as he thought, "What's going on? Is he giving up just like this? Impossible. He's definitely not like this." In the glorious Golden Jade, security was tight, and there were many hidden weapons and traps. If Yu Zhong was to forcefully charge in, Molly Tai felt that he would be able to thoroughly teach Yu Zhong a lesson. Hong! At this time, the entire hotel shook, as though a giant had knocked into the building with extreme force. With that huge sound, the glorious Golden Jade began crumbling and collapsing unto itself as the building broke apart. Over 200 Hong triad members were buried within the debris. Bai Xiaosheng patted the man beside him on the shoulder and laughed as he watched the building fall. "Chen Shenggang, this time you did great. With this, I'm sure that at least 3/4 of those filthy trash inside are dead." Chen Shenggang wiped the perspiration off his face. His expression was one of pride, yet he humbly said, "It's all due to the boss. If it wasn't for his idea, I wouldn't even know that my ability could be used like this. Furthermore, boss had been in there for some time drawing their attention. Otherwise, I would have practically no way of utilizing my skill." The collapse of the glorious Golden Jade was precisely due to Chen Shenggang making use of his earth manipulation skill that forcefully caused the foundations of the building to give way, in turn resulting in the entire building being destroyed. The attention of Ma Li Tai and the rest were all on Yu Zhong, and this gave Chen Shenggang the needed time to cast his skill. "Chen Shenggang, come here." "Yes." Under Yu Zhong's orders, Chen Shenggang quickly came to his side. "Separate this area." Yu Zhong pointed to a huge pile of debris. On top of that very pile of rubble was a shadow wolf standing watch. In fact, it could be used to sniff out the scent of people who were still alive inside the debris. Chen Shenggang walked over and activated his skill. The ground started to open up, revealing 2 Hong triad members. Both of them were entirely drenched with blood. Yu Zhong only gave them a cursory glance, and White Bones shot out 2 sharp spikes into their chests. Killing them immediately was always the best plan, so as to remove later potential threats. With the guidance of the Shadow Wolf, the ground opened up a number of times after that, and the remaining Hong Triad survivors were killed by White Bones without mercy. The ground split open again, but this time, a huge wolf-like claw shot out, slashing towards Chen Shenggang. At the same time, White Bones exploded out with a sharp bone blade that directly slashed at the wolf claw, chopping it off and causing blood to spray out. Chun Shinggong's face flashed with shock and fear and retreated a few steps. If it wasn't for white bones, his neck might have been snapped by that huge wolf-like claw. From the rubble, Ma Li Tai's agonized scream of fury rang out. "Yu Zhong, I am Hong Triad's elder Ma Li Tai. You can't kill me. Otherwise, the entire Hong Triad will come after your blood. You won't have a place to live in Guilin City at all." Within the rubble, Dan Hong's trembling voice also sounded. "Yu Zhong, I am Dan Hong, the superintendent of Xiangling district. You can't kill me. If you kill me, it's tantamount to slaying a government official. The government would definitely not let you off." Inside the rubble, Jiangli Hong was currently breathing raggedly, blood dripping from the side of his mouth. Besides him, it was only Dan Hong, the pair of twins trapped in the metal cage, as well as Ma Li Tai, who had transformed into a werewolf that were still alive. When the building had started to collapse, Jiang Li Tao had immediately activated his ability, Air Barrier, and made use of the metal cage to block some of the falling debris. Otherwise, they would have all died, or at the very least been permanently crippled. The collapse of the glorious Golden Jade had seriously spooked Ma Li Tai, Dan Hong, and the rest. It was the first time that they had skirted the edge of death. Yu Zhong looked at the pile of rubble and barked out coldly. "Get out, all of you. I'm giving you only 20 seconds. If not, I'm going to lob a grenade in there." As of now, a single-hand grenade would be able to decimate the rubble and killing everyone within it. There is absolutely no cause of worry that these people wouldn't immediately go to heaven or hell. With the threat, Ma Li Tai and the rest climbed out from the rubble gingerly. Ma Li Tai, who had turned into a 3M tall werewolf earlier and having an arm that was chopped off, looked at Yu Zhong and slowly spoke. "Yu Zhong, this time I recognize your strength. As long as you let me leave here alive, everything in the past will be forgotten by the Hong Triad. The Greenstone Triad would also be considered our good friends." Ma Li Tai only wanted to live right now. As to future plans, he would leave it to only after ascertaining he had a future. Seal his movements. Yu Zhong eyed Ma Li Tai and ordered detachedly. White bones suddenly shot out 3 sharp bone blades and sliced off Ma Li Tai's remaining right arm and both legs, crippling him, as his limbless body fell to the floor. Yu Zhong, I'll kill you." Asterisk 2 Ma Li Tai screamed out in agony and burning hatred. Seeing Ma Li Tai's wretched appearance, Jiang Li Hong, Dan Hong, as well as the 2 Lolas inside the cage shivered with immense fear. Dan Hong looked at Yu Zhong and trembled visibly as he stammered, "You can't kill me. I'm a government official. If you kill me, the government won't let you off." Yu Zhong threw a dark magic blade in front of Dan Hong, pointing to Ma Li Tai, and held his stinger to Dan Hong's head, threatening, "Dan Hong, chop off his head and work for me. I will then leave you with your life. Otherwise, I can immediately blow your brains out." Asterisk 3. You have 5 seconds to decide. 5. Chapter 404. The Clutches of Foreign Forces. Chapter 404. The Clutches of Foreign Forces. Book 3. The South. "I'm sorry." Hearing Yu Zhong's words, Dan Hong was filled with the fear of death, and he immediately grabbed the dark magic blade and swung it towards Ma Li Tai's head. "Dan Hong, you can't." Ma Li Tai had not finished cursing, and his head was chopped off, rolling away. Yu Zhong eyed Dan Hong and chuckled coldly. Good, good, well done." With the swing, Dan Hong had severed ties with the Hong Triad. Like this, he had become a chess piece for Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong's gaze then landed on Jiang Li Hong, turning cold all of a sudden and intending to get white bones to finish him off. Jiang Li Hong looked at Yu Zhong, and a chill came over him as he hastily cried out, "My name is Jiang Li Hong, and I was Ma Li Tai's general in the past. I'm also a protector of the Hong Triad. I'm a level 32 enhancer and possess the ability Air Manipulation. I'm willing to denounce my past and swear loyalty to you, sire. Please spare my life. I know a lot of information on the Hong Triad. I'm definitely of use to you. Yu Zhong eyed Jiang Hong and commanded in a low voice, "Bring them all away." A few soldiers stepped up and brought Jiang Hong, Dan Hong, and the two girls in the cage away, disappearing into the darkness of the night. Just as Yu Zhong and his group disappeared without a trace, the sounds of police sirens wailed from afar, and after a long while, a police car then arrived at the scene. At a nearby apartment, Yu Zhong looked at Dan Hong. "Dan Hong, you have already killed Molly Tai. The Hong Triad would not let you go. I want you to issue out a warrant for the leader, vice leader, as well as the other 6 elders of the Hong Triad." Dan Hong laughed bitterly as he replied, "Yu Zhong, issuing a warrant of arrest is not as simple as you think. To get the approval of the higher-ups is especially difficult. The leader, vice leader, and 6 elders of the Hong Triad are all high-level enhancers. Even the leader is an evolver. Unless they had committed a huge crime like murdering over a number of people and causing the ordinary people to lead difficult lives, we can't randomly issue a warrant for their arrest. Otherwise, it would definitely be rejected." The leader, vice chief, and the 6 elders of the Hong Triad were not without any protection. Dan Hong had dared to flout the rules in a bid to deal with Yu Zhong earlier, but even he did not dare make any moves against those from the Hong Triad. Not to say just him, even the mayor himself would have to think twice before making a move on any of these huge triads. Yu Zhong frowned, his gaze on Dan Hong turning unkind. If this was truly the case, then he had just saved a piece of trash that had no use to him. Dan Hong felt his body prickling with needles when he was stared at by Yu Zhong and started breaking out in cold sweat. "Jiang Hong offeree, boss. The chief and 4 of the elders are currently outside, hunting mutant beasts and zombies. Molly Tai was also dealt with already. It could be said that the Hong Triad is at its weakest now. There's only Vice Chief Mauritius and Elder Bruce left at headquarters. As long as you work together with Superintendent Dan, you can easily take down the Hong Triad. According to my knowledge, Shun Ing or Mayor Shun has no favorable impression of the Hong Triad. If we were to eradicate them, he would definitely sit aside and watch without making a move." Dan Hing hastily chipped in, "Old Jiang is right. As long as any conflicts between enhancers do not affect the rest of the city, Mayor Shun Ing would not intervene. He has always hated those enhancers who have been a little out of control." Yu Zhong frowned and asked in a chilly tone, "The Hong Triad's vice chief and elder are foreigners?" Jiang Hong affirmed with a hint of indignation, "Yeah. The chief Chen Hongya was part of a multinational corporation called the CMT Group in the past. Mauritius and Bruce were part of the upper management as well. They had escaped from Nanning into Guilin City together, making use of their resources to establish the Hong Triad. Hong Triad is also the only gang with the most foreigners, and majority of the foreigners would choose to join Hong Triad. They're all united and hold high positions in Hong Triad. Of every 3 seats, at least 2 belongs to the foreigners. In China's territory, there actually was a triad that allowed foreigners to possess 2 out of 3 seats of authority, and this caused Yu Zhong to be taken aback. Yu Zhong stared at Dan Hong and asked coldly, "Are his words for real?" Dan Hong flinched and replied without hesitation, "Yes, not a single falsehood. This intel is only known to the upper management and powers close to Hong Triad. However, as for the fact that the chief and his 4 elders are out hunting, I have no idea whether that is true or not. Only the upper management of Hong Triad would know." Yu Zhong pondered deeply for a while before ordering Dan Hong, "I've decided. Let's go destroy the Hong Triad. Dan Hong, go get people to round up the external members of the Hong Triad. I'll handle the rest of it." Dan Hong was caught up with Yu Zhong's intimidating aura, and he just replied, "Yes, maybe I should backstab him." When Dan Hong left Yu Zhong's establishment, that thought suddenly popped into his mind. However, the moment he remembered the state of Molly Tai, his heart jumped and he quickly squashed all thoughts of betraying Yu Zhong. Dan Hong consoled himself. In any case, Mayor Chen dislikes those triads. This time, the war between the Greenstone Triad and the Hong Triad can be said to be the best scenario for us. Even if the Greenstone Triad won, they would suffer huge losses. Let them whittle each other's forces then. Dan Hong wasn't a heroic person who did not fear death. Instead, he had relied on his father's connections previously and his bootlicking to get to his current position. Naturally, he had no way of siding with justice or otherwise, choosing instead only to benefit himself. Very quickly, under Dan Hong's orders, numerous police vehicles went on the streets again, this time aiming for the territories of the Hong Triad. They started to apprehend the members of the Hong Triad and threw them into jail. In this post-apocalypse, the influence and authority of the police was stronger than the past by at least 10 times. No one dared to go against the police, unless a person had a death wish, or he was a truly strong evolver/enhancer. Every single jail cell was soon filled up with members of the Hong Triad. Inside an office building, Mauritius, who looked about 36 or 37, with a huge built body and blonde hair, was currently hollering at another blonde man, with a similar body build and short light blonde hair. This other person was younger, looking about 20 plus, and had incredibly good-looking features. Those damn yellow-skinned monkeys. Bruce, did you actually use enough ration tickets to feed them? Mauritius was a white supremacist. To him, other than Caucasians, every other race were lower class. He had come to China because he could enjoy a levitated position and treatment, as well as a fat paycheck. He looked down on the Chinese and viewed the rest of Southeast Asians with contempt. Bruce chuckled as though they were sharing a joke. I've already given bananas to those monkeys, but I think they're just disobedient. After all, since there are so many monkeys, there will definitely be some who can't sit still. Mauritius, don't you worry. They just want to earn more cash. I've been dealing with them for so long. As long as you have the cash, and you're white, you're the closest thing to God in their eyes. CMT Group used to span across several countries, and was a huge conglomerate in Europe. Prior to the apocalypse, Mauritius would receive lavish treatment wherever he went in China. Those government officials could not wait to kiss his ass and seek his investment in their locations, allowing them to gain chances for promotions. Mauritius calmed himself down, then spoke. What a bunch of greedy monkeys. Bruce, go push them back. These monkeys are low class and stupid, but they're useful cannon fodder. We must finish our task that Lord Apostle had assigned us, and we need those monkeys as the fodder. Bruce replied loudly, yes, before heading out. Mauritius continued to ponder. Who is it exactly that is trying to go against us? Don't tell me the government knows what we're doing? No, not possible. Only we know of that secret. If the government of Guilin City has discovered, then our enemy would be an entire army. Lord Bruce, please wait. Just as Bruce was about to step out and head to level 1, there was a man who stopped him. Bruce turned around to discover Xiangling Hong and the two beside him, Yu Zhong and White Bones. At that instant, White Bones released a sharp bone spike that pierced Bruce's head, killing him instantly. Bruce was a level 45 expert, but under White Bone's sneak attack, he had no chance to exhibit his ability before he was killed immediately. 6 other sharp bone spikes shot out in all directions of that level, causing 6 other members of the Hong Triad to be immediately killed. Boss, we're clear. All the security cameras are under my control. One of the soldiers who possessed the ability Communications Control had gained access into the system security and notified Yu Zhong with a smile. Yu Zhong nodded lightly towards the soldier before bringing Xiangling Hong, White Bones, and 20 other well-equipped soldiers as they charged up the stairs. Bai Shaosheng was leading the way as the vanguard, and he activated his own insane speed, flitting through the hallway and killing anyone who stood in their way. Almost any enemy that strayed into his path would immediately be decapitated. Besides Bai Shaosheng, In Kaishan and Zheng Mingyi weren't just decorative lamps. and they charged forwards, killing those hooligans who lacked any order or command. Under the combined assault from these three, Yu Zhong and the other 20 soldiers did not meet much resistance all the way till they reached the 13th level. That was when the entire building rang out with screeching sirens and wailing alarms. Chapter 405, The Judgment Corps. Chapter 405, The Judgment Corps. Book 3, The South. Die, 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 huh? Bai Xiaoxing's eyes were red with bloodlust as he roared with mad laughter and charged into the midst of the enemies. He swung his blades unceasingly, cutting any unfortunate Hong triad members that stepped up to face him into two pieces. *1. Bai Xiaoxing, In Kaishan, and Zheng Mingyi charged forwards with their combined strength. Even when some enhancers from the Hong triad appeared, they took them out easily. Wave after wave of Hong triad members appeared, only to be slaughtered by the trio, and pretty soon the 14th and 15th levels were cleared of guards. Another foreigner with blonde hair and dressed in a suit came up to Mauritius in a panic. Mauritius, those yellow-skinned monkeys have already pushed to the 17th level. What do we do? Mauritius slammed the table, his face ashen as he barked out. What are you panicking about? Send the Judgment Corps out. Wipe the enemy out. Do not leave a single one alive. The Judgment Corps will be more than enough to deal with them. The spirits of the subordinate immediately lifted as he became excited and left. Yes, the Judgment Corps. That's right. Mauritius had a grim face as he cursed under his breath. Damn monkeys, you dare challenge my authority. I'll let you have a taste of civilized weapons. Go to hell. Ha! Bai Xiaoxing was overcome by bloodlust as he slaughtered the Hong triad warriors without mercy. His face was a mask of mad laughter as he led over 20 experts and charged into the 17th level. Just as Bai Xiaoxing brought his men to a corner of the 17th story, out of the blue, a number of soldiers suddenly appeared. They were dressed in khaki camouflage military suits, and they were holding M4S as they charged and fired wildly at Bai Xiaoxing and his men. Blanketed by the sudden rain of bullets, Bai Xiaoxing's troop of over 20 men were all of a sudden under assault, and some fell onto the floor. The rest of the soldiers immediately dove for cover or used their abilities to begin defending themselves. Out of the 10 experts that had been hit, 8 of them had quickly rolled to nearby points of cover. Only 2 unfortunate soldiers had their brains exploded. It was the first time Yu Zhong's troops had faced casualties since coming to Guilin City. Amidst those soldiers dressed in khaki camouflage military suits, there were 4 of them supporting an anti-tank rocket launcher, and at the first moment, they had aimed at the soldiers who were using their abilities to create barriers and fired. Hong! Hong! Following the sounds of explosions, 2 of the enhancers who had the ability to create barriers were immediately blasted into pieces. These khaki suit soldiers were the Judgment Corps that Mauritius had as his trump card. Every single one of them had undergone the strictest training regimes of special forces and had over 3,000 rounds of various ammunition on them. Every one of them was proficient in all sorts of modern weaponry, and they had used the system equipment to strengthen themselves. All of them were at least level 15 and were well equipped, as well as experienced in combat. At the same time, the force was made entirely of foreigners, and in this foreign land, they were incredibly united, their fighting will and morale high, and although they were only a company, their force was comparable to an elite battalion. In just a short exchange of 20 seconds, Yu Zhong's side had already lost 4 elite soldiers who had experienced countless fights. If it wasn't for the Type 3 mutant beast hide, there might have been more casualties. After the Judgment Corps managed to impede the advance of Bai Xiaoxing and his troops, a few of them pulled out hand grenades and started to lob them over. Damn bastards! One of the soldiers had a wind manipulation skill, and he activated it, causing a strong whirlwind to blow the grenades back towards the Judgment Corps. Time for your own medicine. Bai Xiaoxing smirked coldly as he watched the grenades fly back. Seeing as the grenades were about to land back in their midst, 5 of the Judgment Corps soldiers fired at the grenades coldly. Honk! Honk! Those grenades, which were blown back, exploded in mid-air due to their precise aim. They're all experts. Bai Xiangling witnessed this, and his heart turned cold. That sort of gun control and marksmanship was unseen even amongst the 20 experts he led himself. The Judgment Corps switched to their grenade launchers, seeing that the hand grenades are useless, and started bombarding the soldiers with explosives. Honk! Honk! Loud explosions occurred continuously, and the various points of cover were destroyed. An agility-based enhancer was forced to leap out from his spot as he activated his skill, intending to rush towards another location. Bam! 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 The moment the agility-based enhancer stepped out of his cover, 3 bullets penetrated his head, killing him instantly. The entire Judgment Corps was like a powerful weapon of war that suppressed Bai Xiangling and his troops. The primary reason for this was that they relied mainly on melee weapons and a few handguns, so they couldn't fight back well. Amongst Yu Zhong's troops, there were a few sharpshooters, of course. However, when those normal handgun bullets landed on the suits of the Judgment Corps, they just bounced off, not injuring them in the slightest. The Judgment Corps was not arrogant nor impatient, fighting steadily and destroying points of cover systematically, forcing the soldiers out before neatly picking them off. The tide of the battle was beginning to turn to their favor. Kill them all. Smash. Right at this time, following the sounds of breaking glass, for sharp bone blades swept through the necks of 4 Judgment Corps soldiers near the window, immediately decapitating them. The pitch-black body of White Bones had appeared after it leapt in from the window, and without giving the enemy a second to react, it had created 10 sharp bone blades from its body, and it started spinning madly. The spinning blades caused immense carnage amongst the Judgment Corps. The soldiers around White Bones that were caught up in its whirlwind of deadly blades were all ripped to shreds, as flesh and blood splattered everywhere simultaneously. It was a most terrifying scene. White Bones had single-handedly killed 8 soldiers of the Judgment Corps with its initial attacks. It now raised its huge axe and charged towards the rest of them. The commanding officer of the Judgment Corps looked at White Bones and shouted an order hoarsely, "Attack! Kill him! Kill him!" Not then 10 members of the Judgment Corps turned their aim towards the attacker and began firing wildly, as a dense barrage of bullets assaulted the fast-approaching White Bones. Unfortunately, all they did was bounce off its resilient bones, not causing any form of damage. White Bones displayed a speed that was 9 times that of a normal person, and in just a second, it managed to cross a distance of dozens of meters as it rushed into the midst of the group of Judgment Corps. It did the same move when it appeared, turning in a furious whirlwind and slicing 6 of the Judgment Corps members into sloppy pieces. White Bones dashed about the battlefield, this time appearing by the side of 4 other Judgment Corps soldiers, instantly turning them into meat paste. Ah! Freak! Monster! Seeing this horrifying scene, one of the soldiers could not take it anymore and screamed as he fired wildly at White Bones. In just a single second, White Bones leapt past that soldier, and his body was sliced into 6 or 7 pieces as they slid onto the floor, blood flowing everywhere. The officer commanding the Judgment Corps hurriedly reloaded his own gun as he shouted out, "Use grenades! Don't waste the bullets. He's not afraid of bullets." 10 of the soldiers immediately loaded the grenade launchers and aimed at White Bones. White Bones flashed about, walking on the walls like a ghost, and the 10 soldiers trying to operate the grenade launchers could not get an accurate aim on him. Sharp bone spikes shot out from White Bones like arrows, directly piercing the heads of the 10 soldiers, nailing their now dead bodies to the ground. Bai Xiangling watched all these, and his heart trembled. Too strong. Is this the true strength of White Bones? Bai Xiangling had always thought his speed was above White Bones, but if the two were to really clash, he would definitely be taken down in just a single exchange. White Bones was impervious to guns and blades, and its ability to shoot out bone spikes out from anywhere from its body was too fearsome. Kaishan looked at white bones clearing the Judgment Core by itself and was shocked. That little ambition in his heart was also suppressed. So strong. He undoubtedly is Yu Zhong's most loyal and trustworthy aide. White Bones was practically a meat grinder as it took the lives of the Judgment Corps one by one. In a short matter of 20 seconds, over 50 soldiers of the Judgment Corps had fallen at its hands. Go to hell, monster! The leader of the Judgment Corps, a level 40 enhancer, stepped forth and activated a barrier in front of him, stopping White Bones' advance and its bone blades. Another commander wielded a dark magic blade and swung it viciously at White Bones. With a flash, White Bones' body disappeared from the two commanders' view and leapt to the dozen other soldiers, again spinning in a whirlwind with its bone blades, turning those unfortunate soldiers into meaty pulp. White Bones' intelligence had been enhanced once, and it had learned to exercise its own judgment on the battlefield. Of course, it would not just stay fixed on one single target when it could fight many. Another 7 soldiers of the Judgment Corps had been killed right in front of their eyes, and by this time, the rest of the surviving soldiers were starting to collapse and lose their will. They fought to retreat, and one even jumped out a window by the side. Kill! Bai Xiaosheng was the first to charge out as he wielded a dark magic blade. By this time, the Judgment Corps had lacked all sense of a troop, and only the 2 commanders were still resisting. Kaishan waved his hand and activated his freezing cold ability as countless sharp ice picks formed out of thin air and shot towards the 2 commanders. Of the 2, the one with the barrier ability activated it again, easily blocking the ice picks. The other swung his blade rapidly, crushing the incoming ice picks. Kite, be careful! The blade-wielding commander turned to look at his comrade as he was defending, and his face changed. Bai Xiaosheng had made use of that small pocket of time when their attention was diverted to appear behind the commander with the barrier ability. Too late, Bai Xiaosheng chuckled coldly, and the sharp daggers in his hands went straight through the throat of the commander. The Judgment Corps' commander slid to the floor, his eyes filled with shock and disbelief. Kite! The blade-wielding commander Larman bellowed with grief and rage as he swung his blade towards Bai Xiaosheng. Larman had enhanced his level 3 blade technique specialization skill, and although his speed could not compare to Bai Xiaosheng, his blade skills could force Bai Xiaosheng to a standstill. Zhang Mingyi saw this and commanded his men to continue their advance. Kaishan and Xiangling exchanged a look before they charged at Larman. The soldiers behind continued upwards with Zhang Mingyi in the lead. Larman was already beneath Bai Xiaosheng in power. As he was surrounded by Kaishan and Xiangling, his situation was looking grim. However, he was still a decent fighter, and they would need time to kill him. I surrender. Don't kill me. On the 18th story, a soldier threw his weapon and pleaded after witnessing White Bones easily chopping his comrades up. By this time, the entire Judgment Corps had suffered a tremendous loss. Out of their commanders, one had died, the other was stuck, and the rest of the soldiers were quickly losing their will to fight. They could not see hope in the situation and begged for mercy as a last resort. The warriors from Europe were tenacious when battling, but the moment there was no hope to be seen, they would easily surrender as well. White Bones' eyes flashed, and the bone spear shot out, sparing the soldier who had just surrendered before slicing the neck of another soldier behind him, sending the head flying. Surrender. I surrender too. I've surrendered too. The soldiers were all thoroughly frightened out of their wits as they threw their weapons down and hugged their heads kneeling on the ground. Strong. By the time Zhang Mingyi had brought his men up to the 18th story, they saw the numerous soldiers kneeling in surrender, and his heart could not remain calm. The combat ability of those soldiers were truly fearsome, and Zhang Mingyi had experienced it for himself. They complemented one another, their training was adequate, and their combat will was high. If it wasn't for White Bones charging suddenly into their midst and causing them to lose their will, this battle would have been harder to win. Yu Zhong's side might have paid a more painful price as well. The people from Greenstone Triad. I'm Mauritius. I hope to talk to your leader. There must be a misunderstanding between us. At this time, a voice resounded on every level of the building. Chapter 406, Raven Nano Combat Uniform Design. Chapter 406, XCX. Book 3, The South. Chapter 406, spoiler title at bottom. Mauritius continued. I'll be waiting on the 22nd story. Boss, what do we do? Zhang Mingyi turned to ask Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed coldly as he ordered, continue the assault, all the way to the highest level. Crush their resistance entirely. Receiving Yu Zhong's orders, Whitebone shot towards the 19th story like an arrow. The 19th story was the entertainment level for the Hong Triad, and there were many beautiful women in revealing clothes on that level. There were Chinese and 8 foreigners as well, although the 8 foreign women were ordinary looking. When the women saw Whitebones charging up with its entire body covered in blood and some flesh, their bodies trembled while fear flashed in their eyes. Whitebones surveyed the surroundings and charged into the 20th story after ascertaining that there was no threat on this level. There was nobody left on the 20th or 21st story by this time, and when Yu Zhong reached the 22nd story, he saw Mauritius seated with proudly behind a big desk staring at him coldly. Beside Mauritius, there were 13 blonde-haired foreigners, every single one of them with a powerful stature, and they emitted a powerful aura, obviously looking dangerous and unwise to provoke. Mauritius looked at Yu Zhong before coldly barking. I'm Mauritius. You must be Greenstone Triad's Yu Zhong? Who's the leader? Bring him to see me. In Mauritius' eyes, Asians were lower beings, and he was only willing to speak to the leader of the Greenstone Triad. Talking to Yu Zhong was equivalent to throwing his face and lowering his position. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed coldly, and he waved his hand and fired his stinger directly once. Pung! A single gunshot rang out. One of the foreigners standing beside Mauritius had his head blasted, and fresh blood splattered on the ground. Yu Zhong coldly replied, This is my turf. You'd better be obedient. If you want to die, I don't mind sending you on your way. One of the foreigners immediately bellowed in fury, reaching for his gun at his waist. Bastard! You dare to kill Mooney. I won't let you off. With another pong, the level 30+ enhancer had not even reached his gun, and his brains were similarly blasted apart, his lifeless corpse slumping onto the ground. Yu Zhong swept his gaze across the remaining 11 experts and coldly barked. If you want to die, by all means, move as you like. Otherwise, stay the fuck still. Whitebones, standing beside Yu Zhong, was wielding its huge axe and staring at the experts as well. The moment there was any strange movements from them, it would charge forwards without hesitation. The remaining 11 foreigner experts looked at Yu Zhong and Whitebones, their hearts beginning to feel a tinge of fear as they trembled slightly and not daring to move. Mauritius forcefully suppressed the building rage inside him and spoke slowly. Yu Zhong, we came to your China in a bid to extend our hand in helping you guys. Is this how you treat your foreign friends who came in peace? The Chinese government would definitely not tolerate these terrorist actions of yours that destroy such relationships between countries. If you leave here now, it's still not too late. Otherwise, I will definitely lodge a complaint with the Chinese government and get them to apprehend you. When dealing with the Chinese, the best method was to threaten government action, be it before the apocalypse or after. Mauritius worked this tactic like a charm. There was a tradition of the government being mindful of the Westerners. Even when there were foreign rapists who raped women in broad daylight, they would at most get 15 days of detention. These foreign rapists did not have any backing in the first place. Mauritius differed because he was sent by an European conglomerate, and the government had to attend to his every request. Hence he could twirl them around his fingers. Yu Zhong's eyes narrowed, and he fired once more. With a pung, another foreign expert lost his head. Yu Zhong coldly replied. Mauritius, you are full of bull. Whatever you have said is bullshit. If you have the capabilities now, go activate the army to surround me. Otherwise, any more of your nonsense, and I'll finish you off. Yu Zhong threatened. Mauritius, you have only one chance now. Take your men, stand down, and surrender. Otherwise, I'm going to kill you all. Damn you, you yellow-skinned monkey. I'll kill you. Mauritius was cursing inwardly. It was the first time that he had received such treatment from a Chinese person. As someone who was used to being revered, it was tantamount to humiliation. Mauritius could not hold his anger in, and he barked out furiously. In your dreams. Damn monkey. You want me to surrender to you? Impossible. Charge. Kill him. Just as Mauritius bellowed in rage, 6 gunshots rang out almost simultaneous succession, and 6 of the experts had their heads blown off. Of the 4 remaining experts, 2 of them had just twisted slightly out of their original position when 2 sharp bone spikes pierced their heads, nailing them to the wall. I surrender. Don't kill me. One of the younger experts was shaking with fear as he screamed out. The other expert also threw his weapon down, his hands raised high as he hugged his head and kneeled. Mauritius had just stood up when a sharp bone spike shot out, piercing his body through his right shoulder, nailing him to the wall. Mauritius screamed out in pain as he cursed out loud. Ah, fucking monkey, you will definitely regret this. Once my master comes to China, he will definitely kill all you bitches and burn you to death. Mauritius was an enhancer and was just an ordinary person. He could become the vice chief of the Hong Triad purely because he had a number of experts under him, as well as the Judgement Corps. Yu Zhong stared at Mauritius coolly and asked, Who are you people? What group are you from? Mauritius looked at Yu Zhong and revealed a grim smile before spitting at him. Peh, you will never get the answer you want. In Kaishan walked up at this moment, glancing at Mauritius before saying, Boss, hand him to me. I will make him spit out everything he knows. Yu Zhong replied in a cold tone, Good, I'll hand him to you. If he dies, or whatever becomes of him, it doesn't matter. I just want the information in his brain. Yes, boss. In Kaishan smiled sardonically and walked up to Mauritius. He grabbed his body and pulled him forcefully from the bone spike, dragging him into another room. In a few moments, the tragic and pitiful screams of Mauritius could be heard within the room. I'll speak. I'll speak. I'll tell you everything. Mauritius had not been able to withstand even 20 seconds of the torture and had collapsed entirely at In Kaishan's hands. The 2 remaining foreigner experts were shaking, not knowing what exactly had happened to Mauritius. Yu Zhong, meanwhile, had went to the desk and rummaged through the items, seeing if he could discover any important or interesting information. Just as he pulled out a drawer, he came across a set of designs. What's this? Level 5 treasure, Raven, standard military combat equipment bionic Nano, combat service design. Raven Nano combat uniform is manufacturable, with khaki as its chosen color, dotted with camouflage, anti-radiation, 7. 62 millimeters bullet resistant, increasing all attributes by 3 points. Manufacturing requires the blood of a Type 2 mutant beast. The moment Yu Zhong laid hands on the set of design, a huge amount of information regarding it was transmitted to his brain. This set of designs detailed the instructions on manufacturing the Raven Nano combat uniform. The main component of the Raven Nano combat uniform was the Type 2 mutant beast blood. The rest of the materials were pretty ordinary. The manufacturing process wasn't too tough as well. While it was cumbersome, as long as one followed the instructions, anybody could create the Raven Nano combat uniform. Yu Zhong grabbed it tightly and became excited. This is great. With this, I can create an enhancer army. While the Raven Nano combat uniform's defense could not compare to the Type 3 mutant beast hide, it had an extremely useful effect, which was the +3 to all attributes, and thus it was a quality system equipment. The drop rate of decent equipment was very low, and under Yu Zhong, there were only about 20 people with level 2 enhancing equipment. There was one other who wore a level 3 enhancing armor, and only Yu Zhong himself wore a level 4 defense equipment. If he could manufacture this Raven Nano combat uniform, Yu Zhong's subordinates would all gain a huge boost to their abilities. +3 to all attributes was equivalent to a total of 18 points of enhancement. The reason why the Judgment Corps had been so domineering was partly due to these Raven Nano combat uniforms. Yu Zhong held the Raven Nano combat uniform designs tightly as he thought to himself with a feverish passion. Type 2 mutant beast blood, eh? What a pity! I have not thought to harvest them in the past. Seems like I need to go hunt a few Type 2 mutant beasts. At this time, In Kaishan pulled Mauritius out of the room and reported, "Boss, it's done. He's told me everything." Yu Zhong's brows arched as he said, "Oh, speak." In Kaishan then proceeded to repeat whatever Mauritius had told him to Yu Zhong. Hearing it, Yu Zhong's spirits were dampened, as though his heart was being weighed on by a huge stone. Mauritius hailed from an organization called the Kingdom of God. It was a group that was made up of a number of European conglomerates that existed prior to the apocalypse, coming together when the apocalypse happened, with a united plan for true world domination. Chapter 406, Raven Nano Combat Uniform Design. Chapter 407, Kingdom of God. Chapter 407, Kingdom of God. Book 3, The South. CMT Group was among those conglomerates as well, and all these major corporations had huge amounts of assets as well as technology. They were spread out all over different countires and had as many as over 1 million employees. After the world has changed, countless leaders and army generals have become zombies. A large number of these corporate giants managed to survive, however, and they came together and formed the Kingdom of God, with its unique religion, and gained a foothold in many places. Among these huge conglomerates, there were some who had control over satellites. And because of this edge, with the control of the satellites, the Kingdom of God could reach anywhere in the world. Mauritius happened to be the envoy for the Kingdom of God based in Guangxi's area. The Hong Triad was also a means that he created to enter and take control of Guilin City slowly. With the Hong Triad as a cover, he had been establishing and growing his power without stop, while patiently waiting for a chance. As long as Guilin City became unstable, he would make use of the opportunity to deploy the Judgment Corps and take over. The Kingdom of God was a rigorous and secretive, with clear division of labor as well as adequate manpower. They were advanced in technology and had over 3 million survivors under them, as well as an army size of 300,000. On one hand, they sought to unite and control the entire Asia region. At the same time, for the future, they have begun to make moves all over the world. Be it in Africa, North or South America, India, Japan, Southeast Asia, the Middle East, they had people establishing power and biding their time. The city of Berlin, according to rumors, had been swallowed by them and became their main headquarters already. In comparison, Yu Zhong had only about 200,000 survivors under him, and his army of 10,000 was separated in 2 different provinces. He could only manufacture rifle bullets and other light firepower. When compared to the Kingdom of God, Yu Zhong was basically no different from a beggar. Yu Zhong had recently harbored the intent to unify the whole of China. However, there were simply too many people. In Guangxi alone, there were already 50 million people, and the zombies were also about 40 million. With that many zombies, subjugating the entire Guangxi region was going to be extremely difficult. Furthermore, it was the apocalypse era now, and there were all sorts of characters about. Everyone had their own ideals and ambitions. No one was willing to offer up their own establishments. Even Yu Zhong himself, if someone wanted to wrestle the bases he had painstakingly built up, he would not be willing to give up. My capital is still too small. Yu Zhong clenched his fists tightly and sighed. He was just an ordinary university student prior to the events of the apocalypse, and he had been slogging nonstop to reach where he was currently. As for the Kingdom of God, They were already established multinational companies that came together, sharing talents, technology, and resources among themselves. The starting point of both parties was simply not on an equal level. Yuzhong's current achievements would still be nothing compared to them. This Hong Triad was just a small pawn in their grand scheme of things, amongst their thousands of establishments. Even if Yuzhong destroys it, it wouldn't affect them much. Yuzhong adjusted his train of thought and threw the looming threat of the kingdom of God to the back of his mind. Forget it. I'll deal with it as it comes. I need to make the most of whatever I have now. It's best to live to the fullest. After conquering the Hong Triad, Yuzhong had gained a set of designs for the Raven suits, as well as 3 battalions worth of equipment, 15,000 tons of rations, and a huge number of melee weapons. At the same time, the rest of the subsidiary triads and territory came under the Greenstone Triad's control. When the surrounding triads saw Hong Triad collapsing, they also acted in a rush to snatch up territory, as though there was a precious feast, and everything of the Hong Triad was gobbled up cleanly. Yuzhong's Greenstone Triad gained a huge footing, and in one leap, it became a huge triad of over 5,000 members. Many solo wanderers and enhancers also requested to join the Greenstone Triad, adding on to their forces. News of the Hong Triad's downfall spread like wildfire, shocking the entire Guilin city. The remaining 3 big triads, the Green Bamboo Triad, Scarlet Phoenix Triad, and Heavenly Dragon Triad, all bolstered their defenses. They were extremely cautious and wary of this new contender that was filled with aggression and vicious tactics. With Dan Hong acting as the backer behind Greenstone Triad, no one else came to cause trouble for the gang anymore. Yuzhong also made everyone within the triad undergo training to toughen themselves and sharpen their claws. Day in, day out, he made use of militarized training regimes to push them like mad. Without training, they would just be a motley bunch of hooligans. Only after proper training would they resemble an army. Open up. Yuzhong came to a dark and dingy jail cell, and he ordered one of his soldiers. Yes, boss. The soldier took out a silver key and opened up the cell. Yuzhong strode into the center of the cell and looked at a burly foreigner who was dressed raggedly and his hair in a disheveled mess. Yuzhong gazed at the man, who was Larman, and spoke slowly. Larman, I'm Yuzhong. How about working for me? Larman was an enhancer of above level 40 and had been one of the commanders of the Judgement Corps. He had the leadership and combat abilities. His blade skills could put him on par with Bai Shaosheng, who surpassed him greatly in speed. It was because he was no match for the combined efforts of Bai Shaosheng, Ying Kaishan, and Xiangling. That was how he was captured alive. Larman glanced at him. I'm someone from the kingdom of God, this you know. Yet you still want to recruit me? Yuzhong laughed. Not an issue, as long as you promise to become my subordinate and be loyal to me. I have done my investigations. You're not a white supremacist. Your character is upright, and you're strict on yourself, and have never done anything to humiliate the fairer sex. Such a person I admire and can accept as my underling. Larman stared at Yuzhong for a while, before shaking his head. I won't work for you. You should go. Yuzhong glanced at Larman and spoke indifferently. Larman, don't tell me you don't want to see your wife or son anymore. The moment he heard this, he seemed to turn into an enraged bull as he struggled against his chains with bloodshot eyes and bellowed in rage at Yuzhong. What have you done to them? They're innocent. Yuzhong stared back and retorted coldly. I've not done anything yet. However, as per military rules, they're considered family members of captives. According to martial law, they would become slaves and given to those who contributed. Since you're not willing to work for me, I won't force you. However, after today, your son and his future descendants, should there be no accidents, will become slaves to others for generations to come. Larman was thoroughly furious as he spat. You devil! You dare to cast my son as a slave. Do you still have a moral code? Moral code? You don't have the right to speak to me about that. Yu Zhong's eyes flashed coldly, and his tone became extremely chilly. I've discovered over a dozen girls that have not even reached 12 years in your Judgment Corps facilities. There are even 7 corpses. Such beasts, and you dare speak to me about morality? What a joke. If you were so righteous, why didn't you stop those bastards? Don't spout bullshit like I don't know. By this time, Larman's expression had turned extremely pale as he mumbled, I didn't know. I truly didn't know. How did it come to this? Huh? It was not that Larman did not know. It was just that he did not care. He was, after all, not the leader of all the foreigners. The true leader was Mauritius, and he had treated Chinese as garbage, and most of his subordinates had the same attitude. Compared to the rest of the foreigners, Larman and a few others were considered decent, but they minded their own business and didn't butt into other people's matters. He knew a few of his fellow countrymen had raped women, but he didn't know that there were actual deaths, and no one bothered to tell this pedantic soldier. Yu Zhong glanced at Larman and turned to walk away. Those men, I have chopped them in two. Maybe you might think that I'm brutal. However, to me, they deserved it, and this is the way I handle things around here. For protecting 6 of my countrymen, I can set your wife free. I'll let her leave here alone. But you must be clear, in this world order, the moment she leaves my protection, a lady all by herself, would definitely be devoured with nothing left. I've said my piece, and since you're not willing to submit to me, I won't force you. You can stay here for your entire life, as a punishment for being my enemy. Wait a moment. Just as Yu Zhong turned around to leave, Larman's voice sounded from behind him. Larman spoke with resolution. I'm willing to work for you, Yu Zhong. However, I have a condition. My blade will never be used against my fellow countrymen. If you want me to fight against them as enemies, I will never help you slaughter them. In order to protect his own wife and kid, Larman made the difficult decision to submit to Yu Zhong. With his character, the moment he decided on throwing in with someone, he would definitely give his all and not think twice about it. That was why he had that condition. Yu Zhong smiled faintly and agreed. No problem. After Larman agreed to help Yu Zhong handed control over the remaining 32 Judgment Corps soldiers to him. They had also agreed to submit to Yu Zhong. With the lead of their original commander, their combat abilities recovered to a certain degree. Larman brought the soldiers, and they swore fealty to Yu Zhong, causing the fighting ability of Yu Zhong's subordinates to rise substantially. This group of Judgment Corps was enough to devastate even a company of soldiers. When Yu Zhong had just finalized the arrangements, Gao Minghao sent the message to request for his help. Chapter 408. Chapter 408 XCX. Book 3. The South. Chapter 408. The Four Great Triads. At the entrance of Guilin City, a huge vehicle fleet had assembled, and the atmosphere was bustling with excitement. The hunting of a Type 3 mutant beast was a huge matter, and just the green bamboo triad alone would not be able to cover the matter up. To ensure the success of the hunt, almost all the experts had been gathered. Every part of the Type 3 mutant beast was definitely a treasure. As long as they successfully hunt it, they would gain countless benefits. If at that time there were equipments dropped, they would also be likely to power up whoever picks it up. A burly middle-aged man with a cape on his back and his entire body decked in black tuxedo, his features defined and eye-catching, led 7 other subordinates as they came up to Gao Minghao, and his voice rang out brightly. Gao Minghao, long time no see. When the other party saw the middle-aged man walking over, the 10 experts of green bamboo, triad, standing beside, Gao Minghao had a huge change of expression, their bodies turning rigid. They stared at the man with caution and alarm. This man who was dressed in the black tuxedo was called Dia, and he was the chief of the Heavenly Dragon Triad. Although he looked like an easygoing hero, his temper was explosive, and he could just easily slaughter his enemies as and when he felt like it. Gao Minghao returned the look before exclaiming in an amiable fashion, Dia, long time no see. In this world, whose fist was bigger was the boss. Even a normal villager with no culture, after gaining strength, would be able to start something on his own and become the leader of a faction he established. It was not strange. As for people like Gao Minghao with the natural flair and charisma of a leader, not many were left. Dia looked at his surroundings and frowned as he said loudly, "Is Dingley not here yet? What audacity! Women just can't be punctual, cannot achieve anything, but good at spoiling things asterisk." Right at this time, an absolute beauty with a killer body appeared. Her delicate face seemed to be frosted over, and she was wearing a black leather suit and emitting an extremely cold aura. She walked over as she stared daggers at Dia, coldly snorting, "Dia, are you looking down on women? Shall we have a go? The Scarlet Phoenix and Heavenly Dragon. See who is the bumbling fool and who is capable enough." This beauty, who seemed to be the epitome of cold and who could freeze people with her looks, was the chief of the Scarlet Phoenix Triad, Dingley. Beside her, there was a troop of ferocious-looking female guards who looked at men as though they were trash. There were 20 of them, and while most of them were ordinary-looking, their eyes were sharp and fierce, and their bodies muscular. Only 2 of them were beauties as well. Dia looked Dingley up and down, taking in her incredibly hot figure, and teased, "Dingley, why not? We have a huge war in bed. Let's see who wins, shall we?" Dia, speak further if you want to die." Dingley's eyes shot out a cold light, and she stepped forwards, disappearing from her position in an instant. "Fast! She has gotten faster since last time." Dia's eyes flashed as he raised his right hand and defended his right. The black high heels landed viciously on Dia's raised arm, knocking him back by 2 steps. After an entire second, the rest managed to react, seeing Dingley standing in front of Dia. Gao Minghao felt a chill as he stared at Dingley, his eyes narrowing. What an insane speed! She sure is worthy of the nickname Rapid Flying Phoenix. Genius dual attribute Evolver. Rapid Flying Phoenix was Dingley's nickname. In Guilin City, amongst almost 900,000 survivors, naturally awakened Evolvers numbered only about 100. Every single one of them could be considered geniuses. In Rapid Flying Phoenix, Dingley was a naturally awakened dual attribute Evolver, a genius amongst geniuses. She had carved a way out in a male-dominated world through slaughter and established a predominantly female Scarlet Phoenix Triad. Her strength was not a joke. The moment Dia was forced back by 2 steps, the 10 soldiers beside him brandished their blades. Dia growled an order as he raised his hand, "Don't move." Even if the 10 of them acted together, they would not be a match for Dingley. If they really acted against her, it might result in their deaths. Dingley had been able to create a name for herself and establish the Scarlet Phoenix Triad. It could be seen she wasn't any merciful or weak opponent. The number of deaths at her hands had also reached the hundreds. Dia smiled at Dingley. "My apologies. It was unbecoming of me. Shall we leave it at that?" Dia had originally planned to provoke Dingley to test her strength. The moment he discovered that she had not remained the same, and instead improved tremendously, he wasn't willing to continue aggravating her and making an enemy out of her. It would spell disaster for him, as well as the Heavenly Dragon Triad. Gao Minghao walked up and played the mediator. "Dingley, treat it as giving me face. Let's forget about earlier. Dia is also rash with his mouth, you know that." Dingley withdrew her stance and coldly snapped at Dia. "Dia, you'd better watch your trashy mouth. Otherwise, sooner or later, you'll have to pay the price." After saying this, she turned and went back to her side. Hearing those words, the gleam in Dia's eyes turned cold multiple times over, yet his face still wore that casual smile. He waved his hands and contained the temper of his subordinates who had been provoked by those words as well. Dia glanced about and did not notice any sign of Yangtze nor his members of the Greenstone Triad, and asked Gao Minghao, "The Greenstone Triad has guts, eh?" They dare to make us wait. Gao Minghao, I heard that the elder Yuzhong from there and your subordinate Hui are good friends. How much do you know about him? Gao Minghao had a light smile on his face, not giving anybody any insight into his thoughts. He did not mention much to me. It's the first for me also, knowing that his friend had such abilities, that they actually brought men and swallowed up the Hong Triad. They must be capable enough. Hearing Yuzhong's name, Dinglei, who was standing silently by one side, narrowed her eyes as well. The greenstone triad that Yuzhong established had become the focal point of the entire Guilin city. They had swallowed up one of the four great triads, the Hong Triad, and caused everyone to be wary of their own positions, at the same time curious about this new contender on the scene. Dia chuckled. When Chun Hongye comes back with his men and sees everything of his taken away, I wonder what his expression will look like. That Yuzhong is lucky, though, to think he actually had such a good opportunity. If Chen Hongye was back here, I don't think he could have caused such a huge wave. To gain steady enhancement, staying back in the city isn't a solution. Only by constantly heading out to hunt zombies and mutant beasts would there be chances to grow. Therefore, there would always be enhancers who would head out every once in a while to strengthen and enhance themselves through hunting and fighting. Not cause a wave. Gao Minghao laughed coldly in his heart when he heard that. He was extremely clear that while Chun Hongye had to bring a bunch of elites out to hunt, the defense of the Hong Triad back at base was not something to scoff at. Yuzhong had still managed to break past everything and gobble them up. It could be seen how powerful Yuzhong was. Gao Minghao and Dia had exchanged blows a number of times behind the scenes. He knew how Dia was innately, and hence, he didn't think that Dia actually meant what he said. Dia glanced at Dinglei and added on, "Oh right, Dinglei, I heard that Yuzhong was a lullicon that knew no boundaries. He would play with a young virgin every single day. Seems like he has already killed over 15 of them. Are you going to allow such a pervert to remain living on this earth? Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned, and a woman's fury would be 10 times more poisonous than a man's." Dinglei had carved a road of slaughter on her rise to prominence, and her methods were vicious. She especially hated perverts who preyed on younger girls, and those perverts would either be cut in two or tortured or had their genitals removed. Their deaths were exceptionally cruel. Hence, other than the nickname Rapid Flying Phoenix, Dinglei had another well-known nickname, Cold Witch. Dinglei's eyebrows arched, and she shot a cold glare at Dia. "Dia, shut your trap." Dia guffawed and continued, "True. After all, the Greenstone Triad is now one of the four great triads. Even the Rapid Flying Phoenix would need to think twice before making a move on someone else's elder. Otherwise, trouble might come knocking. Who knows? If the Scarlet Phoenix Triad were to be wiped out by the Greenstone Triad, our proud Rapid Flying Phoenix might just become like the Ice Fairy." Hee. Dia had not finished, but his underlying meaning was clear and cold. In this world, being a female leader was extremely tough. When she was strong, no one dared to take advantage of her. However, the moment she fell from power, her outcome would definitely be a lot worse. Ice Fairy was an exceptional female leader before Dinglei grew in power, and her strength was unparalleled. However, she was tricked because of love and was caught in a trap by a pretty boy. Her triad was then swallowed up in herself, in the arms of other men, leading a life that was worse than dogs, with utter humiliation and shame. While heroes could not resist against beauties, likewise, numerous beauties had fallen at the antics of good-looking men. Human nature was like that, and there hasn't been any exception since time immemorial. With the tragic plight of the Ice Fairy as an example, Dinglei did not believe in love, nor men, and killed them like dogs. In her rise to prominence, she had recruited countless female experts as well, and the only men in the Scarlet Phoenix Triad led slave-like lives. Not a single one was above level 10. When Dinglei heard Ice Fairy, the temperature around her body seemed to plummet a few more degrees, as her hand shifted, and an extremely sharp blade appeared within her hand. She stared at Dia and spat out coldly through gritted teeth. Dia, one more word, and you'll be sorry. Dia could perceive the amount of killing intent and hurriedly changed the topic, while still smiling. I'm not speaking. Dia knew his words had touched a sore spot of Ding Lei, and the moment Ding Lei was provoked, she would explode out. Of course, there was a possibility where the line was not yet reached, but to him, it was still not going to be a nice outcome. Right at this time, Gao Minghao's pupils narrowed. He's here. Ding Lei and Dia both swiveled, looking toward their back. They discovered Yu Zhong as well as Larman leading the Judgement Corps, and he was flanked by Xiangling, Mu Xiangling, Ning Yusin, and Xinjiao. When Ding Lei's gaze traveled to Mu Xiangling, she turned once more to look at Yu Zhong. This time, the look in her eyes became much colder. Gao Minghao cupped his hands and smiled at Yu Zhong, welcoming him. Yu Zhong, you're here. Yu Zhong chuckled back and received his welcome. Chief Gao, I'm here. Gao Minghao laughed out brightly and spoke in a gracious manner. What Chief Gao? Just call me Minghao. Are we friends? On the surface, Gao Minghao's treatment of others was very broad-minded, and he had charisma. A number of experts of the Green Bamboo Triad had been won over by his attitude and sincerity. Dia eyed the ladies beside Yu Zhong with envy and coldly provoked. So you're Yu Zhong. You truly are a lullican, eh? Even on the battlefield, you brought a little lowly. You really know how to enjoy yourself. You're seeking death. Trash. Bai Xiaosheng, who was standing beside Yu Zhong, immediately lashed out, and his body flashed, disappearing from his position, appearing beside Dia, with the intention to slash at his head. Dia was not prepared in the slightest, and, as Bai Xiaosheng's speed was insanely fast, in that short distance, Bai Xiaosheng could easily kill any enhancer of level 40. In that moment of crisis, Dia displayed his prowess, reacting by taking a step back, and his right hand surrounded by a shield of tornado, blocking his right, intending to use that whirlwind defense to block that slash from Bai Xiaosheng, while he condensed a ball of whirlwind in his left hand, preparing to unleash a deathly blow at Bai Xiaosheng. Just as Dia was about to attack, Bai Xiaosheng had already leapt back and appeared beside Yu Zhong, while still cursing out loud. Old fart. Clean your mouth. The next time you speak out of line, this daddy will chop you up. With that provocation, Dia's temper flared, as he took a step forward, only to see Yu Zhong stepping forwards as well, blocking his way. Yu Zhong glared coldly at Dia, his tone icy. Old trash. You want to set the Heavenly Dragon Triad against us Greenstone Triad? While Yu Zhong was asking that, White Bones had also appeared beside Yu Zhong, preparing to engage Dia in a pincer fashion. Facing that intense intimidation, Dia's brain worked quickly as he suppressed the fury in his heart and dispelled the whirlwinds in his hands. He took a step back and glared at Yu Zhong. Yu Zhong, I'm Dia, the chief of Heavenly Dragon Triad. Your man actually dares to make a move on me. How do you intend to punish him? Yu Zhong eyed him coldly and retorted, Why should I do that? You just insulted me. You, trash, insulted me, and the fact that I did not cut your tongue off is giving you enough face as it is. Chapter 409, Mutant Sparrow Flock. Chapter 409, Mutant Sparrow Flock. Book 3, The South. Even if Dia had the abilities of the mutant teenage Ninja Turtles, upon hearing those words of contempt from Yu Zhong, he could not help flaring up. Yu Zhong, you. Yu Zhong continued in a challenging tone. How? Do you want to have a go? If you wanna, we can go right now. Minghao and the chief of the Scarlet Phoenix Triad can act as witness. Dia's mind was in a flurry as the grim look in his eyes flashed by. He hesitated a while, and in the end, did not choose to engage Yu Zhong. He had no information on him, and did not want to die without knowing why. Dia retreated, as he shot a look at Ding Liu and Gao Minghao. Ding Lei, Gao Minghao, are the two of you just going to stand there and allow this insult to me from this Yuzhong? If it's like this, I'll announce that the Heavenly Dragon Triad will back out from this hunt. Hearing his words, Ding Lei and Gao Minghao both had change of expressions. If Dia's Heavenly Dragon Triad were to really pull out, then they would have no choice but to leave more experts back at base. Like this, the hunt of the Type 3 mutant beast would definitely increase in difficulty by countless times. Gao Minghao stepped up and tried to mediate. Yuzhong, treat it as giving me face. Each of y'all take a step back, and let's forego this matter. Yuzhong looked at Dia coldly, before retreating back to his side. Xiangling leapt onto Yuzhong's back like a little kitten and giggled as she teased Yuzhong. Heard that? You perverted lullicon. Now you're famous big go. Yuzhong shot Xiangling a look and said, Xiangling, if you're going to be this playful, do you believe that I'll leave you alone at home? This time, because Xiangling had been pestering him nonstop, Yuzhong had relented and brought her out. If there was a chance, Yuzhong still wanted to try and make her into an enhancer. Xiangling immediately scrambled down from Yuzhong's back and put on a docile and cute expression, saying, Yes, I won't dare anymore. I'm sorry. I will be good and listen. Yuzhong frowned lightly and was helpless against this little girl. Xiangling was extremely beautiful and knew how to tease and be cute. She could act pitiful at times and fake her crying, and basically any trick that most women knew, she could employ them perfectly. When it was time to be good, she was obedient. When she saw the chance to be mischievous, she would leap on it. Yuzhong could not bear to lecture her, and really was helpless. Furthermore, Xiangling was extremely smart, and picked up everything fast. Her talent was not lesser than the naturally awakened evolver Yao Yao. Such an adorable lowly was naturally liked by everybody, and she caused smiles everywhere she went. Even if she took some liberties, Yuzhong did not take it to heart. Gao Minghao looked all around him before chuckling at Yuzhong and said, Since everyone is here, let us set off. Within Guilin City, even when all four great triads had already deployed most of their experts, the remaining smaller triads still did not pose too big a threat to any of them. The fleet started to move, consisting of over 3,000 enhancers and a few evolvers, as they made their way into the distance. Hunting mutant beasts allowed enhancers to become stronger. Since Guilin City was considered safe and stable, and there was the army that had swept the nearby zombie hordes, this allowed for the enhancers to frequently head out to hunt. If it was any other smaller establishments, surviving from the zombies would be already tough, not to mention hunting mutant beasts. The strong became stronger. The weak became weaker. Such was the cruel way of the world. That huge crowd of humans attracted the countless mutant beasts. Before even reaching 10 kilometers after leaving Guilin City, the skies was suddenly filled with a black cloud of sparrows. They're mutant sparrows. Seeing the sky becoming dark with a mutant sparrow flock, a number of the troops on the ground reacted. Since everyone had made ample preparations for the hunt, the moment they saw the mutant sparrow flock, they went into their vehicles for cover. Those mutant sparrows were one of the common avian mutant beasts, and the best way of handling them was to take cover within huge vehicles. Not many people were willing to take on these critters, mainly because they were low level, high in numbers, and if one was not careful, they would be swallowed up by them. The dense flock soon landed on the ground, and a disaster seemed to strike at the humans gathering, causing the vehicles to be rocked about. If there were no large vehicles, if these 3,000 over-enhancers didn't give their all to defend, at least half would die being pecked alive. In a Hummer, Xiangling was currently shivering in Yuzhong's embrace, her face pale white. She had just witnessed Enhancer not making it in time into a vehicle, and in just 3 seconds, that Enhancer was engulfed and became a skeleton. At the same time, the mutant sparrows were ramming against the Hummer, and the pattering noise was deafening. If the armor of the Hummer was to break down, Xiangling would not know what to do. She glanced at Yuzhong and saw that his face was still serene, and her trepid heart regained some form of calmness. He's so collected. He's really reliable, just a little too overbearing. In the midst of the Mutant Sparrow Flock, White Bones was spinning about with its bone blades, grinding the mutant sparrows like a whirlwind. Even though it seemed hopeless, those sparrows still attacked White Bones in droves, and they would be sliced and diced, but wearing White Bones' stamina down. Right at this time, a line of fire suddenly shot out from one corner of the human gathering, entering the huge cloud of mutant sparrows, and a number of them immediately fell like rain, having been incinerated. That fire seemed to be a signal, as immediately wind blades, iron rocks, countless ice picks, vines, floating metal plates, and even summoned beasts appeared and started assaulting those mutant sparrows. Those enhancers had grown impatient of waiting, seeing that the mutant sparrows were not leaving, and if they were to remain here for too long, they would definitely be buried here. Yu Zhong saw the enhancers rapidly casting their abilities and thought, so many enhancers! If only they were under me, how great that would be! The more survivors there were, the more enhancers that were bound to emerge. Amongst these 3,000 enhancers, a number were even evolvers, and most of these evolvers did not belong to any of the four great triads, either establishing their own triads or working as solo hunters. If these 3,000 enhancers were to be controlled by Yu Zhong, he had absolute confidence in dealing with Wei Hong and his great empire of Vietnam. However, it was a pity every one of them had their own ideals and thinking. If he wanted to get them a band together, it was going to be extremely difficult. Furthermore, those with capabilities were seldom willing to submit to another. In this apocalyptic world, the moment many gained strength, their ambitions also soared. Under the relentless assault of those abilities, the body count of the mutant sparrows started to reach over 8,000 before the rest of the flock decided to flee. Upon seeing that the mutant sparrow flock had finally left, many emerged from their vehicles and started grabbing the bodies of those mutant sparrows. They were after all meat that was hard to come by. In Guilin City, meat was obtained like that. Bai Shaoxing came to Yu Zhong's side and said, "Boss, shall we go and snatch some too?" Yu Zhong shook his head and rejected. No need. Yu Zhong had brought along 20 huge trucks, but their purpose was to be stored with the bodies of Type 2 mutant beasts. He could not be bothered with these little critters. Since the mutant sparrows were low-leveled, their meat would not be able to strengthen survivors unlike the Type 2 mutant beast meat. However, to ordinary survivors, just the meat of a mutant sparrow was a hard-to-come-by delicacy. With the arrival and departure of the flock, they left 8,000 corpses. At the same time, 20-plus enhancers had been pecked into a pile of bones by them. After picking up the meat, 200 of the enhancers immediately withdrew from the operation and brought the meat back to Guilin City. This amount of meat was enough for them to lead a comfortable life for quite a while, and they were naturally unwilling to risk their lives further. After facing that attack, the fleet continued their advance, and along the way, there were a few other ordinary mutant beasts that were attracted by their scent. However, they didn't amount to much against such a huge army of enhancers. After trekking for almost an entire day, the fleet finally came to their destination, a moderate-sized mountain range. After the apocalypse set in, the mountain range had undergone a huge change as well. There were mutant trees that grew everywhere, their trunks reaching up to 10 m and above. All sorts of mutant vegetation and flowers covered the entire range as well, which became the resting grounds to various mutant beasts. From time to time, there would be mighty roars emitting from within the range that sent chills down one's spine. All hints of human constructions were already consumed and enveloped by Mother Nature, and most roads that were carved out previously were either covered by huge trees or enveloped by the rest of the flora, turning the place into an overgrown, dilapidated scene. In this mountain range, There was a large number of monstrous mutant beasts gathered, and this was the location that many experts from Guilin City chose to strengthen themselves. Many enhancers picked this place to continuously hunt and enhance themselves. Of course, hunting a mutant beast was no easy matter, and every day there would be enhancers that die at the jaws of these mutant beasts, but there were those who had strengthened considerably through the training as well. It was a training heaven for the strong and living hell for the weak. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.